What up, everybody? I looked away for 2 seconds and it hit zero. So I don't know how long I was sitting there on zero, and you're probably all like, what a guy. First of all, Mark's banned because he said my girlfriend's hot bar is a buffet. So, bye, Mark. No, just kidding. No, Mark is fine because of this comment he left on YouTube. Here, I gotta go to it. Here, I died, laughing. It was in response to posts. The post I just put here on the other day. Can I go to the post? Link, there we go. Yeah, so it was this post. This it was from last stream where we did the AAA gaming grave or whatever. And then this guy said, ironically, this is made in Unreal Engine 5 with the stock mannequin. And then Mark replies, ironically, people still believe it's the engine, not executive decisions lead to unoptimized games. Maybe you should stick to Threat Interactive's channel. Oh, Mark doesn't shy down from a fight, so that's funny. Okay, so yeah, so today got some options up there. Looks like weapon select's actually winning out right now. We'll leave this open for a little bit, so we can get some more votes in. But Mark hasn't commented, so he's like, alright, emoji. But anyways, yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. Yeah, so we'll do weapons related stuff today. There's a lot of stuff in the request spreadsheet there from the forum about weapon related stuff. Tilf, hi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Another one was there was like weapon skins, which we can do possibly as well. So possibly next stream or whatever. We'll see. So they picked a weapon, yeah, right. So if weapon does go through, I will add melee stuff in there as well, just because I didn't do that on my I wanted the hotbar. The Azuraless hotbar buffet is for me, actually. So sorry, Azura's hotbar buffet is for me, not the Azuraless. That's for you, Mark. Just had to clarify that in case somebody rewatched the stream. But anyways, yeah. So hotbar is just a small inventory. I mean, yeah, in a sense, but you obviously have your own input actions associated with it, right? So, what else? Yeah, so yeah, for my FPS series, for those who didn't follow along with it, we did a bunch of different stuff. I did not make an inventory in that series, though. Did not do melee weapons. We just did weapons with attachments, all the basic systems you would need for FPS game. Yeah, taught everybody a lot of stuff. So if you haven't checked that series out, I recommend it. Yeah, so been fooling around at 5.7. PCG mode is broken. FYI, I might make a video on that next week, because geez, it is broken. The most unoptimized thing I've seen so far. Basically, so you can do a volume, right? You can create a volume and then have stuff procedurally generated inside the volume. Then I had so I put a bunch of trees up, but if you make a giant area of trees, and you see those trees at any point, it keeps the entire asset loaded, like the entire volume loaded. So that's ideally not good. So you basically can only volume a small portion of your levels. You can't do like, your entire landscape just in a volume and just say add grass, because then it'll load the entire landscape, basically. So that's not great. But yeah, it's pretty handy. There's still quite a few things I don't know about PCG. I've been learning kind of stuff as I go. Last night, I mean, I can open this up here. Yeah, we're almost at 4,000 subs, everybody. Hopefully we can convince 3 people to join so we can hit that 4K. Let's go. Yeah, I'll just open this up while we're waiting for this to finish up here and get some more votes in. I'll join you all again when my wheelchair comes in. Alright, sounds good. WOV, that's WOV from the Discord there. How did you know that the entire tree set was still loaded? Is that in the profile? No, I did freeze rendering, and I had like 2 trees in the view and a turnaround, and all the landscapes were gone. I'll do it here actually. I'll show you guys that is what happens. So yeah, basically the same thing as I showed you guys a couple streams ago with the freeze rendering, so you guys can see what's being rendered. And I also discovered something else in that video. If you go back and watch that short, I turn around and say, "Oh, all the buildings are gone, but like the windows are still there." I discovered that the reason we still see the windows is because the windows are a part of my light class, which is a part of the day, which is obviously like the light class has everything controlled in the world that turns on at night and turns off during the day, and the day-night cycle has a sky sphere in it. So the sky sphere is always on screen because it's obviously a giant sphere that encapsulates my entire level. So yeah, the sky sphere and the day-night cycle were in the level, and that light class has a reference to the day-night cycle. So anytime I am not looking at that, it's still loaded because I still see the day-night cycle, and it assumes that I'm going to be referencing that in some way. So that's why hard references are bad sometimes. It quit oh yeah, I did quit unexpectedly. I worked in this last night from like 9 p.m. to like 12:30 maybe. And it crashed so many times. Every time I do PCG, it just crashes all the time. It's super annoying. Anyways, so yeah, I was over here. And can we see the volume? Or you know what? No, I actually did away with that because it was so unoptimized. So I'll do it over here while we wait for more votes to come in here. Oh, I gotta set this up for streaming so I can see the comments. Build, no tools. Oh yeah, load layout. Yes, I think. Yes, okay. List of things I know about the new TG system. And then we're waiting. Yeah, his list is super impressive. Anyways, so yeah, to go to PCG mode, first of all, the plugins got to be enabled. I'll do a video on this, but yeah, plugins got to be enabled for PCG mode. Then that unlocks this. If this crashes, no one will be surprised because yeah, it happens. Yeah, for draw spline, I was showcasing this off last time, but yeah, show spline or draw spline. You can just literally draw a line and then put some static meshes on there. Right, so literally anything in the game. So we'll put some trees, you know. There's some trees. The materials. Okay, the materials loaded then. Yeah, there's some trees. You can increase you can either do like a count of them on a specific point. You can do every, you know, couple centimeters or whatever. And then you got to use distance. That'll do that. So yeah, you can draw it really easily. You can add some offsets, some randomizing, all that kind of stuff. So that's really good for that. So we're just gonna delete that line here. Oh yeah. And then you have to get used to like not using Control Z, and then that anything you do overwrites what you just did. Yeah, it's a little frustrating. Yeah, you got paint mode, and then anyways, volume mode is what I want to get into here. So I'm gonna draw a volume. I think I gotta delete this actor that I just ECG spacing actor. I can't delete in this mode. I gotta go selection mode. I just had it. Where was it? ECG, not that one. That's in the world all the time. Oh, I didn't hit, it didn't save because I didn't hit accept, so that's great. Anyways, volume. Okay. Why can't I select volume? Do I have to have nothing selected, I think? There we go. Yeah, you can't have anything selected. Now here's my volume. You know, I don't want it to be super big, because, you know. Alright, let's do... Sure, we'll do that big. What's in here? Nothing, so let's put static meshes. We'll just put a couple trees in here. How about... we'll put some bushes, I guess. Sure! Okay, we'll hit accept. Hopefully, you know, my bushes load the textures. So yeah, I've created a giant... You know, this is a 64 by 64 landscape, right? So... yeah, so here's all my bushes in my volume. I'm gonna play from here. Here's my dude. Okay, whatever. The textures didn't load, but whatever. It's the same principle is gonna apply here. Why the hell can't I move my camera? That is super odd. Because yeah, that's actually kind of, you know, essential for this. Unless I was in PCG mode, and that's why I couldn't do it. No. Okay. Guess I'll have to fix that. Stand by. Content. Blueprints, this guy. He never did make the K bigger, yeah, you're funny. Do I have to make sure? Yeah, that's enabled. Mouse looks enabled. Is this? Oh, this doesn't have anything in it. What the hell? I put something in here last night. Okay, well, I'll just add that. Add pitch. And add yaw. Should have done it the other way around, but whatever. Alright, there, now I can move my camera. There we go. Okay, so here we see, so we got all these bushes, right? Like, this is huge number of meshes, and this is a big world, right? So, yeah, so here we are. I'm gonna wait till the sun comes back around. Or, you know what, screw that, I'll just turn off the sun, keep it at 1 o'clock. There we go, or not off, you know what I mean. Okay, we're gonna freeze rendering. Any day now. There we go, freeze rendering. Okay, we froze the rendering. You can see that all these landscapes and all that disappeared, but all of our bushes are still here. That's not optimized. So, yeah, that's obviously a huge detriment to PCG, because it'd be nice to just be like, oh, this whole biome, I just want to add flowers to this whole biome, or whatever. Like, yeah, that's annoying. So, you gotta do it in smaller chunks, I guess, is what the result of this is. So that it can unload some stuff and not do it in one big thing. So, anyways, just wanted to show you guys that while we wait. But anyways, we got 17 votes, and looks like weapon selection system is the winner. However, flag on the play, we're gonna do all of them. We'll do all 4. So, I'll do an inventory today, in the UI. Probably won't take that long, honestly. And then, with that, I can also create a weapon selection system / hotbar. I might split this up into 2 streams, to be honest, because this is a lot of stuff, obviously. But we will do all of it. And this is what I was working on last night. My little merchant area. So, anyways. Alright, so we'll close this, and we'll do a new project, and we'll call it, you know, weapon select, we'll call it. Okay? Let's do... Wait, there's a setting to attach items to the world partition square they're in. Probably, yeah. Actually, yeah, there is. It's called, what is it called? You select this, and then you go... It's like bind to actor. You need, like, a volume, a bounding box or something like that. Can't remember the name of it. Yeah, you come up here, and you do, like, a bounding box. Not that one. Level bounds. I think so. Something like that, and, maybe not. I can't remember exactly how to do it, but anyways, yeah, sorry, new projects. Weapon select. Yeah, pretty much, Tommy, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting out of it. Don't make the volume span across world partitions. I would do max, keep the volume inside the world partition, just so, you know, that's a little bit more performant. But yeah, that's crazy that it just doesn't unload some of the meshes if you don't see them in the volume, but oh well, I guess. We're gonna do first person for weapon system. I want to know that. I want to know if we should do weapon systems, or pardon me, third person or first person. So I'll see what you guys have to say about that in the meantime here. Mark says you could, Tommy, but it just depends. You might, you might want a Ferris wheel to still appear from far away, but you'd want the leaves on the ground to call. Yeah, for sure. Oh, did I get my little backlight going here? Christian says third person. We'll see what other people say. I mean, third person's probably good just because I did do this one. I did first person for the third person. Yeah, I think third person's good just to give it something a little bit different. So this inventory that I'm gonna do right now is not the same as the one from my inventory UI series. That one we use the data tables. We're gonna use data assets for this because it's way more, way better, in my opinion. So, okay, so let's go. I'm just gonna pull up some notes here because, I mean, I've obviously made it before, but, you know, gonna be moving a little fast, so I don't want to miss anything. So, inventory system with data tables. Okay. Alright, so there's this. I hate this level. I just wish there was a better default level, personally. Okay, so... I didn't delete something, did I? Sorry, I'm just getting this going here. The one annoying thing about this is my notebook is like this. That's a pasted image. It's just like, yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. Oh my god, why is this so annoying? The pasted text is super annoying. There's a couple of like annoying things with what's it called, with this program, but it's definitely handy to have. Okay, so I did have... That's not the right one. I'll find it here, one sec. Okay, crafting. Here we go. Okay, so here's the one I was looking for. So we're gonna make a couple of data assets first here. So it's funny, you say I look like Chris Pratt, and then other people say I sound like Seth Rogen, so I don't know. If I sound like Seth Rogen, I'm assuming because I have a deep voice and I'm from the same part of the world that he's from. So he's from Vancouver, I believe, so. West Coast, BC. But anyways. Yeah, let's get started here. So we got, let's make some data. New folder, we'll call it data. We gotta do, I know we gotta make, for the data asset, obviously we gotta make a new data asset here. We'll go all classes, primary data asset. Okay, PDA, we'll call it item data. Okay, or sorry, weapon data. Because we're doing a weapons thing. Okay, so we'll do weapon data. We will do, we'll make a data asset for that in a sec. First, we're going to make, we're making item data. We need to make a struct, and we need to make a enumeration. So let's make an enumeration first. E underscore weapon type. Okay. So this is going to control what we allow into each individual type of slot, specifically for the hotbar. So you'll have like a primary, secondary, a melee, whatever. And then also if you have lockers or different other inventories, because we're going to do an inventory component, so that way we can put it into other things in the world. So if you have a crate, if you have a, a weapon locker, blah, 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 you can just add the inventory component to it and then add weapons to it, right? So then you can tell it which weapons, type of weapons and which type of things and gear or whatever we allow in this particular inventory. Let's actually not call it weapon type. Let's call it item type instead. Okay, so we'll open that up. We will add, because we're going to add attachments and stuff too, right? So number one will be, I guess, like large weapon. In case you want to have ones that have like a a pistol or a sidearm or something like that. We'll just say sidearm, I guess. Yeah. We'll say, I don't know if you want to specify specifically scopes or anything like that. We're gonna keep it easy. So we'll just say attachment. But you could do that if you wanted. Can you have the weapon data that's a child of the PDA loadable items? That's a child of PDA. No, you should be able to do multiples. Like you can make a child of this, and then it will inherit. We'll see how that works and stuff. But I know, yeah, you can do that. I think I tested this before with somebody. So, anyways, attachments. We'll do grenades. Some of the stuff in here I'm not gonna do. the full thing because obviously you can reference my first-person shooter series that I made, where we do like for the grenades, for example, we did the object pool pattern. I'll show you guys how to set that up for your bullets, and then we build off of that for grenades as well. So, display name for this one, let's just say like I don't know, health pack, or sorry, yeah, we'll say health, related items. Let's maybe just leave it at that for now. We have to create one more called none, and move that to the top. And this is because we're going to be doing a map later, and the map is really annoying. You'll see if you didn't catch the one video where I did maps already. So, all right, so that's item type. We need to make a struct now. So blueprint structure. We'll call this struct inventory item. Okay. So in the struct is where you're gonna have all the data about your gun. So you're gonna have obviously the name of the gun. Or we'll just say name, I guess. Yeah, that'll be a name. Really good for comparing two things together. We'll add another one. It'll be the image of the weapon. Texture 2D. Okay. What else do I got here? Description we don't care about at this point in time. You could do that icon system I showed you guys in a separate video there, where you can create the weapon icons and then the font color. Item class. Yeah, we'll do that. So we don't have it created yet, but we'll do item class, and it'll be a soft reference, but it'll be we'll just do an actor for now. Actor soft class reference, and we'll come back and change that once we actually create the weapons. Okay. Stack size, we need that. Actually, we don't need that for weapons. Oh, sorry, this is for inventory item. And I'm adding all of these to the wrong thing. I'm kind of dumb, sorry about that. So sorry, I gotta delete all these. This is gonna be the data asset. See what happens when I move too fast? This will be the primary data asset weapon, and then one more called quantity. Okay. You're going to want to keep your quantity outside of your data asset because a data asset is supposed to be static data, and obviously you want the quantity to be changing all the time. So if you have quantity in your data asset, if you can actually change data assets at runtime, but that updates the data asset for literally everything that uses that data asset. So if you have quantity in there and you run out of ammo on the AK or whatever, and you want to set the quantity of the ammo or something like that, and you change it in the data asset, that's changed it now for all the weapons. So you want to make sure that that's separate. That's why we're creating a struct. Okay, and then, yeah, my brain obviously didn't realize that. Now we're going to open our primary data asset. Just realized Fartman isn't here. Sorry, let's read some comments. You can make child assets with the side chick. You're funny. Okay, so let's get some variables in here. So yeah, basically we already did a couple. So name, image, 2D, and then we'll do the class ref, I guess we'll call it. And yeah, like I said, we'll just do actor for now, and then come back and change it once we've created them, because we're not creating them right away here. Yes, and then stack size. That'll be an integer. What else do I have in here? Buy price, sell price, yield, buffs. Yeah, that's all stuff we don't really care about in this particular video. So, alright, so that's our data asset. Next, I think that's, yeah, so we're going to do the component now. So we'll go to our content drawer, make a new folder for components. Components. Yeah, something like that. Mark will correct me on that. That's wrong. Anyways, we're going to make a new blueprint. We'll do a new blueprint class, and it'll be an actor component, and we'll call it BPC inventory. Okay, let's open that up. Let's make two macros to start, because they're pretty easy. First, this one's going to be a, what is it? It's get max stack size. Okay, and the input for this will be the data asset, I believe. Data asset. PDA weapon data. Oh yeah. We're gonna get stack size and plug that in. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Oh, can you break this? Why do I have it? I have it broken in oh, maybe it's the struct. It is the struct, I think. We'll change it after if it doesn't work, because I mean that seems like ideal, but whatever. Anyways, okay, so get max stack size, and the other one was get item data. I have the item data in the struct in this. Structure. Oh, interesting. Item data, I'm just looking at this here. So the struct is, let me open that struct again because I think I did something wrong here. Good thing I have this notebook open. Inventory item. Yep, that's correct. And then the primary data assets. Oh, I have a separate. Oh, I see. I have a separate struct for that. For in my notebook here. So yeah, I have item data in a struct, and then I have all the stuff that we added to the primary data asset. I have in a separate struct, so that's yeah, I probably did that to keep it clean, because like you break it, right, and then it's just like this giant effing list of stuff, right? So okay, that's fine. That won't hurt us much here. So yeah, the other one I needed was get max or get item data, which I don't think I need in this project. Yeah, because we're not doing that, and I'll have access. So yeah, we don't need to make that macro. Okay, so we'll make some variables now. The variables we are going to make are going to be a inventory size. Okay, so integer. Okay, this will determine how big our inventory is. We'll make this instance editable, so we can set it on every single thing we add this component to, what size the inventory is. Okay, and let me end this poll before weapon selection loses. I just realized. Okay, so inventory size, and then we'll do one called... Sorry, get rid of that. Something popped up on my other screen. So this will be the struct, so it'll be the item, or we'll say weapon. Struct inventory item, okay? And that's going to be an array, so we're going to make an array out of that, so we could add multiples to this. And then we're going to make one more, which is going to be the enum that we made, which is the type, or sorry, accepted items, we'll call it. Okay, and yeah, like I said, this will be the enumeration, what did we call it? Item type, I think, right? Yeah. Okay, there it is. We're not going to make this a array, but we are going to make this a map. Okay, so we'll make this a map, and it'll be a Boolean. Okay, so we'll hit compile. I was talking about this in the one stream, or the one video I was making. Maps in. So this is a really good example of... Sorry, I got a yawn for some reason. Wake myself up with my not coffee. I just got a new coffee machine, and I drank like 3 cups of coffee yesterday, all decaffeinated because I can't drink caffeine right now. But yeah, not enough water, too much coffee. But anyways, yeah, I'm drinking tea today, so digging deep into my roots, my heritage roots. Except I'm from Norway or something like that, so never mind. Anyway, so yeah, Booleans is a really good example, or not Booleans, maps are a really good example this way of, so we got accepted items, we're going to add one. You'll see it says none. That's why we added none, because if I try to add another one, it's going to say no. You can't see it because my thing's in the way, but it says cannot add new key to the map while the key with the same value exists. So you got to select large weapon, and then you can add another one, and then it's going to add none. It's just going to keep doing that. So yeah, if you're doing maps ahead of time, just make sure you add a none. Just makes your life way easier. Okay, there. So here's all of our types of weapons. We're going to hit compile. By default, I think I leave pretty much all of them disabled, and then we can set them all in each individual thing, right? Or do we want to just make them all enabled and then disable the ones we don't need? I don't know. It's up to you. Maybe we'll just enable them all just to save us a step. Okay, so we're going to tell the game or Unreal Engine that we want all of these types of weapons accepted, and then we'll have to do a function later when we add stuff to check and see if it's the same, which I didn't do in my other project, but I'll do here. In this one, we'll have to make another function for it. But anyways, actually, why don't we just make the function now? We'll say does inventory accept item. And then one thing we forgot to add to the data asset was actually this enum item type. Okay, and then we'll make this enum item type, right? Yep. Okay, and hit compile. Now we can set that in each one of the datas. So yeah, there it is. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to the inventory. We're in this function. Does inventory item does inventory accept item? We're gonna get an input of the data asset, which is already set, which is good. Okay, we're gonna get item type. Then we're gonna grab accepted items. Okay, and we're going to find and plug this in, and it's going to find a value that equals this item type in this map. Okay, so it's going to cycle through the whole map. We'll open our map, so it's going to cycle through all this until it finds the one that it matches with. You won't get an access none error generally out of these, because if you're using the same type as this, like, they should all exist, right? So there's two here. The first one is just going to be the actual value associated with this mapped key, and this is whether it found something or not. So this is more relevant for stuff that, you know, is integer if you're looking for an index or something like that, right? So, okay, so we're going to drag out of here, and we're going to get a branch. And then we're going to drag out of here and get a return node. Let's add a boolean onto this output and just say accepts item, question mark. And that'll be a boolean. Okay, and then let's drag... let's just duplicate this. I was thinking about dragging this into there, but we have to come into both branches anyway. So this will be true, and this will be false. Okay, that's all you need to do. Did we find this item? Do we have this item? Or what's the value of the key associated with that item? And then it's true or false, right? So that's all we need to do. Okay, we'll close that. Let's do this in order so it makes sense for everybody. So let's add a function, and we'll call it add to inventory. This is going to be callable. We're not going to put anything in the event graph except for, we'll get rid of tick. This also doesn't need to tick every frame. So we could disable that just for optimization. Not disable it, sorry, but tick intervals like, I don't know, 1 second. Right? Every second of this updates. Totally fine. I want my chat up, but I want to be able to see my, what's it called? My notebook. I'll do that. Okay. Alright, so just check some moo comments. That's pretty loud, isn't it? I gotta turn that down. Anyways. Yeah, I'm doing all 4 systems today, so assessing each higher level PDA variable get buried. Oh yeah, we were gonna try that. I forgot. So we create child blueprint class, and oh, you know what it's gonna do? We're gonna open it up. It's gonna be in class defaults, right? So if you go to class defaults, there's all of our stuff. You can add more variables to this from here. So it's basically the same as inheriting a blueprint anywhere else. Okay, so yeah, you can do that. Hooray! Okay, we'll close this and close this. We don't need it right now. All right, so that scared my dog. The moo. It's good, but wakes me up. Okay, just checking some stuff here. Good day. Are you making a weapon selection system which changes animation blueprint upon weapon change, or following a different setup? So today we will, maybe I'll type this out so we can, we're gonna make a inventory. Whoops, sorry, let me edit that comment. I meant to, okay, I'll just remove the comment. I moderated my own chat. So I thought if you hit Shift Enter, it like goes to a new line. So yeah, one will do the inventory. Make inventory, and then after that, we are going to we'll make a weapon select. How about that? Next. 3, we will do a hotbar. With no anwser at it, Mark. Don't even stop typing. Hotbar, and what was the last thing I said? And then we'll do attachments after that. And then, as a bonus, we'll do the weapon skins. Can't be. I mean, I've never done it, but it can't be too hard. And the hero got the hot girl. Yeah, there we go. So, pin that. All right. Okay, so we'll move every time somebody asks what we're doing. Okay, so, let me turn down that moo thing. Sorry, I'll just do that right now. Pretty goddamn loud. All right, so there you go. All right, so we're on the event begin play here. We're gonna grab our sorry, is this what is this? Yeah, okay, yeah, I was right. My brain just stopped working for a second. We're gonna grab our weapons. Let's just say items. Okay. Because we'll make this kind of modular so you can use it for weapons or for whatever, right? Because you can set the accepted items, right? So, and then we're going to resize our inventory. And on event begin play, we're going to do this, and it will, I mean, it should do it by default anyway, but just, you know, make our lives rest easy here. We're going to resize our inventory to be the inventory size that we selected, okay? So, by default, let's not make this 0, let's make this, like, 12. I don't know, sure. Okay. And then, obviously, you can change it in every single blueprint that you have open. And then, let's make a debug right now as well. We'll say debug. This will just be for before we actually make the actual UI for it. We want to know what's in our inventory, right? So, so debug. Let's see here. Sorry, I only got like 5 hours of sleep, even though my body like woke up and was like super alert and awake after the 5 hours of sleep. But I guess now I'm paying for it. Who knows? Okay. Anyways, we're gonna grab our items. I'm gonna get a for each loop. We are going to break this. And then we are going to plug in, or sorry, we got to get a, oh yeah, right, so I made this into a macro, but, in a macro library. Anyways, we'll not do that right now. Yeah, just, you can put this in a macro library, or a function library, pardon me, and, then you never have to do this again in your project. But we're gonna get a, drag it here and get an append node. So this can add multiple strings together and then combine it into one string. So we're going to plug in the array index so we know what number this is. Then we'll add a little, you know, space, straight up and down, space, just give it some things. What item it is, space, and then how much of each item. Okay, so we'll add that in, and this will be our debug. So we'll hit compile, go back to the event graph, and we'll just do like a debug 1. Is that any one? I guess we'll find out. And then we'll just drag this out, and on pressed, we'll play that debug, okay? I don't have this component in the player, so it won't work anyway. You can... somebody's asking... Mark's out here living like Philip J. Fry on his coffee binge. You can cast to the PDA, but you gotta account for each child and parent. It's a pain. Yeah, data assets are great for like when you interact with something and hit results. You can grab the right data for it right away, which is really nice. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Let's get back to this add inventory here. So we'll go in here, and first we got to add. Let's obviously do inputs of the item. That'll be the item, the struct. Sorry, s underscore item or inventory item. There it is. That'll be our input, so we know what item we're dealing with. We'll promote this to a local variable because we're going to reference it quite a bit. We'll just say local item. Okay. And then, yeah, that's fine. We do need to do a while loop, but first let's check and make sure if we accept this item or not. And then the data asset we need to break this. I mean, there's no point in breaking it. I guess we can just split it right here. Okay, we'll plug that in. Accepts item, we'll get a branch, and we'll deal with false after, because I haven't done this in mine before, but I mean, it can't be that difficult. But yeah, then we're going to get, out of true, we're going to get a while loop. While loop will execute continuously until the condition fails. So we need to make sure we have a condition here. So we'll make another local variable and calls local fail. And that's not going to be a map. It'll be a single boolean. Okay, so we will get local fail, and we'll get the not boolean, because we're also going to do quantity does not equal 0. Okay, so we're going to get an and we'll plug these in. Those will be our two conditions for this while loop. Okay, make sure you set that up before you start, because you want to make sure that this will fail, or you're going to get an infinite loop and then Unreal Engine will crash. Okay, 02 Game Dev, I see. Welcome to the stream, by the way, King Boris, aka 02 Game Dev. Where are you on the progression scale? Because you started at 0 Game Dev, and now you're progressing. Where are you? Are you like 40, 50, 60, 80, 110? Where are you? The local failure, Mark. You're funny. Mark's pretty hard on himself, but he does good shit. He's very, very vocal in the Discord. If you guys haven't joined the Discord yet, it's a really, really great place. If you want some feedback on stuff, if you want to tell us about your game, if you want us to test your game, Mark's always posting videos that are super relevant. I just watched one this morning that he posted about level instances and just packed level actors and all that kind of stuff. So that was really good. He's 100. I'm 0.1. Yeah. So you know what's actually here? Let's open the Discord for a sec. We'll just have a little teeny little break here. I was looking at the world map yesterday, and like we have a pretty diverse group of people in the Discord. Obviously, this isn't everybody. We have like 300 and some members in the Discord, and there's definitely not 300 comments here. So if you guys haven't done this, yeah, there's the world map on the Discord. You guys can go react to your flag right now. We'll see it on stream. Yeah, we got mostly Americans. You know, my home turf of Canada. We turned on our PCs. We plugged it into our igloos, and we went out and fought the moose. Anyways, so yeah. Anyways, yeah, I was looking at this, and King Boars, I saw that you were from. It was Jamaica, right? No, it just says King. You're not from here. You're from the UK, right? I'm pretty sure. 3 others. Are you part of the 3 others? Yeah. Jackson, Chris. Yeah, you are. Okay. Yeah, I saw King and I was like, wait, he's Jamaican? And I was like, I have a really bad story from when I went to Jamaica. It's a funny bad story, but yeah, we went to it was on a cruise or whatever, and I went tubing down this river with my ex-wife, and on the way up, we're like riding the bus up, and the guy's like, "Okay, no one be peeing in my water," because that's my drinking water, and we're like, haha, you know, everyone kind of chuckled. Anyways, we went down the river, got to the bottom, and then I got out first. There was about 40 of us here, and somebody calling me, and I don't really care. Yeah, so yeah, we got down to the bottom of the river. There's about 40 of us. I was like the 6th one out, and then I saw my ex-wife's face was just not impressed, and I was like, oh, what happened? and then everybody was kind of stalled there. They weren't really getting out, and I didn't know what was going on. So apparently, some lady like just like relieved herself, like both ends relieved herself in this in the river, and she was like super embarrassed and didn't want to get out. So yeah, of course, you know, they got her out, and then everyone else had to go through the same area of water that she just, you know, defecated in. So, but yeah, I was like, oh man, that's brutal. It's so funny that that guy ironically was like, no peeing in my water, and then this lady just does worse, right? Oh no, it was funny. Anyway, so yeah, that was my Jamaica story. I have not been, I haven't been a lot of places in the world, to be honest. I'm from BC in Canada, so like I've been pretty much everywhere in BC. I've been to Alberta once. I've been to Washington. I've been to New York. Been to Florida. Did a cruise, so I went to Belize, went to Jamaica, went to Mexico. But that's pretty much it. I do want to go to the UK just to say I went there. I think Fat Man said there's not much to see over there, but you know, you never know. I'm kind of done with visiting America. Sorry, Americans, but it's just too bloody expensive to go down there. I do want to go to Japan. I don't know what this is. This looks like the Disney castle flag, to be honest. As well as you understand the other aspects, one course in Niagara will have you up to snuff. We'll send you a great one. Yes, I want to do some Niagara stuff for sure. Anyways, yeah, so somebody told me what this was. Anthony, if you just by chance are watching, and I see 2 more people liked their flag on Discord, so that's awesome. I can't remember where this was. It was somewhere over, obviously, like around Turkey, you know, those kind of places. So, anyways, yeah, some good flags on here, and hopefully we can keep our community growing here. Alright, let's get back to the game. Alright, so... Good, I can still see it. So, okay, so we got our failure condition here, and then now we need to do our first function that's not a part of this. So we're going to say add, or pardon me, find slot. We need to make sure an actual inventory slot is available. Okay. So let's grab, sorry, that's open. We need a input of, looks like just an item. In item. Just read something. I think I'm still a novice because Unreal is so wide in usage. There's stuff I still have no clue on, like Niagara. Yeah, dude, like being a solo game dev is like insanely, like, not only insanely hard, but just insanely intimidating. There's so many different fields in Unreal to like be an expert on or to master your craft, like animation, environment artist, 3D artist, audio, right, and yeah, visual effects, systems, programming, like optimization, right, all that kind of stuff, like quality assurance. There's like all of these things that you need to go into making a game, that when you're a solo game dev you need to do all of them, and it's such a huge monumental task to do all of those things. But it's really cool to know how to do all the stuff to make a game. But yeah, it's like, don't get discouraged if you can't do all the things, because there's so many things. Like, look at AAA games, they have massive people that are all masters in their craft, right? So you know, they're gonna get environment artists to come and do an environment artist stuff, and that's all they do. That's all they know how to do. They might know how to do a few other things, but they are especially talented at doing environment art, right? You know, the art department itself, they're doing graphics, they're doing, you know, maybe there's a UI designer, there's a systems designer, there's all sorts of different roles that in AAA games, if you like actually read the credits, that people do, right? So obviously, yeah, as an indie game dev, you just got to figure out how to do all of them, and it is what it is, right? But yeah, it's super challenging. Don't master systems, master information gathering. I mean, pretty much, yeah. Like, if in terms of being an indie game dev, I think that's probably the best you can do. I like being a jack of all trades. I like having my toe in a little bit of everything, but it does get a little daunting. I feel like a fraud calling myself a solo game dev because I'm making a game, but I need so much help doing it along the way. I mean, yeah, that's fine though, right? Like, you want, if you just do everything yourself, you're not gonna really learn as much as if you were to talk to other people, like in our Discord, right? So that's kind of the whole reason I made the Discord. It's just good to connect with other game devs, and you know, maybe you've spent more times, like me, for example, I've spent more times on systems, less time on artsy stuff. So like, I don't know how to do materials that well. Azura keeps hounding me to do the Unreal Sensei's material course, which I will do because yeah, I do want to learn materials and stuff, and then I can show more stuff on stream. But then obviously, you know, then there's people like yeah, Mark has been way more you know, in tune of the artsy stuff, right? He's been doing like a huge level build in his game. Obviously, there's a couple things he told me the other day that he wish he didn't do, but you know, he did it and he learned the hard way, right? So, and now he has that lesson kind of forever burned in his brain. So do the one I'll give you. Okay, sounds good. Okay, sorry, let's get back into this here because we got a lot of stuff to get through. Let's see what I got here. So yeah, find slots. First thing we need to do is we need to get the items again, and we need to get a for each. First, we need to check and see if any of the items in our inventory match this item, and then we're going to check after if the stack size is full. So if the stack size of that item is full, then we're going to find a different slot to go to. Okay, so we got to break this. And we need to check if the data asset is valid. Because, yeah, errors happen if you don't do this. Okay, so next I have a... looks like just a branch, and we're checking the name. Yeah, okay, so we're going to get the data asset. Get name. Whoops. By the way, the one I just got... Oh, sorry, I pulled out of quantity. That's not going to help anybody. Get name. The one I just got is great for strings. Get object name. That'll actually return the physical name of the object that Unreal Engine is using, which in Tarkov has been extremely helpful. Which, yeah, I'll be working on that on Monday, so hopefully I'll be getting along here. I might break it up into 2 parts just because it's been taking so long, because I'm almost done the actual inventory part of it, and then the crafting part of it will be the next part. So if I finish the inventory part of it, then I'll start recording it and editing it. I'm going to record the whole parts, all the parts all at once, and then I'm going to edit all of them and then make them fully available for members from the beginning, and then I'll release kind of 1 episode at a time for everybody else. So, okay. My dad's asset was invalid from begin play. Mark, you're funny. My friend, he's from Newfoundland, or from Nova Scotia, so they're the crazy ones over there. It's funny because my ex-wife wanted to move to Nova Scotia, and I'm like, why? And she's like, oh, because he can get a house there for $100,000, which we lived in Abbotsford at the time, and it was, you know, $600,000, $700,000 for a house. Just, you know, basically a fucking house with a hole in the roof, basically. But yeah, in Nova Scotia, she's like, oh, it's like $100,000 for a house. I'm like, yeah, because there's nothing to do there except fish and drink. That's literally it. And then what do people do for work? They fish and drink. So, you know, there's nothing to do there. And he even agreed with that, right? So, are you making a jigsaw style inventory? For the Tarkov series, you mean? I'm making, yeah, so I'll show you guys something afterwards. Obviously, you're building this from an inventory you already created, but the first time you made your inventory system, did you write out the logic flow diagram to guide you? No. I kind of like doing things the hard way when I'm making stuff. I will have an idea. I actually used Aura for the Tarkov series because I'm like, I have not a hot clue how to do the inventory, like a drag and drop, just a drag and drop inventory system, because we're going to do that here. But the grid based thing was like really confusing me. I was like, I have no idea how to do this. So I asked Aura, like, hey, I want to make a Tarkov style inventory system, and then it gave me, like, it told me everything that it would do in order to do that. I was following it along for a little bit, and then I got to a point where I realized that what Aura has laid out was not going to work. So I was like, okay, well, I have kind of like a basic footprint of this now. So then I went back and I basically rebuilt it from what I've already created. And then it's just trial and error, testing it out. This doesn't work. And then, oh, great, it works. And then the more I get into it, it's like, then you try to use the inventory from a different angle. And then you're like, oh, actually, this doesn't work. Now I got to fix it so that it works for both the thing I made it for and then now for this, right? So it's just trial and error. But for the original one I made, I basically just kind of made it. Like, basically, you know, I was like, okay, well, I need to add to inventory. And then I knew I was going to call this from another blueprint. So, yeah, I just started making it. This wasn't here, like I said. So I just said, okay, well, a while loop's probably the best way to go because obviously we want to keep adding items. And then this way it'll add an item. We're going to minus it by 1 later. And then it'll come back and it'll keep executing the while loop as long as the quantity is above 0. So every single item we're going to add to a slot 1 by 1. Okay? Inventory is relatively simple when you understand more about Unreal. You're making a list of items. That's basically the issue lie of in the EUI and the UI's 2 parts, the container and the slot. Yeah, exactly. You loop over the slot and add each to the inventory. Yeah. The Tarkov one is way more complicated because I had to make... I will give you guys a sneak preview of the Tarkov thing. I'll tell you that. Or I'll show you guys that near the end of the stream, so you guys stay tuned for that. Yeah, it's way more complicated because each... if you look at this grid, for example, like if you picture this grid as the Tarkov grid, so each individual square I needed to assign coordinates to, and then when I have an item, it checks how big the item is and how many squares it takes up, and then I have a, so yeah, these background slots is what I called them, are one UI, then I had the item itself as a separate UI. So it goes on top of this, and then you have to, as you're dragging it, it's checking every individual slot BG if it's free, and then if it is free, it checks how big the item is, and then if all the other slots that item would take up are also free. So it's like, it's a lot more coding involved. And then, obviously, when you let go of the item, you have to tell it to set an offset from the most corner square of the top left corner. So it's always in the right place. Like, it's like insanely complicated. The inventory is pretty much... Actually, no, the inventory is even more complicated than this one. So anyways, I'm going to do this really simple one, and then the Tarkov one will be really complicated, and then you guys will have something cool. Aura's got awful. I got keys and couldn't bring myself to review something so bad. Yeah, I mean, it's got its issues, but I still like it. It did help me solve a problem with Tarkov because that offset thing I was just talking about, I was having so many issues with it. I was doing all the right things, and it just wasn't working. So I asked Aura, I'm like, hey, why is this not working? And he gave me like 5 things to try. All of them didn't work, and then I'm like, none of that's working. What's the most basic way to do this? And then it's like, here's, you can do it manually, and then I'm like, sure, and I did the manual option, and that worked. So it can help you kind of troubleshoot some stuff if you're like, I don't understand why this isn't working, like it doesn't make sense, and you've gone through your usual debuggage, looked at your code, it all looks good to you, right? So it can be handy, but curious about Aura. Is it available to try rent? No, it's not available to the public yet. It's in an alpha stage, and it's in early access right now. So I did a video on it if you want to go check it out after the stream here. It can, like, I do not recommend using these, but it can create 3D meshes on a whim. If you can say create, like, I need some melee objects, and you can give it pictures and stuff to reference and say make this, and then it will, but it won't look good or be optimized. But it's, yeah, if you want to prototype something quick, you can use that. It'll get better as time goes, then break when the engine updates, then give you 5-year-old info that's no longer valid, but then get better. But once they stop using Unreal Engine 5 and are on Unreal 500, it'll work. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's much... 02 Game Dev says, it's so slow, maybe it was an earlier version, but I couldn't show off anything more than how to make a health system. Yeah, it is way faster now. They're on 0.54, I think, is their current version. But yeah, it's actually way faster now. It's really good. But yeah, I used to chug, I remember. Okay, anyways, so we got a while loop. We are going to now do this find slots. We're doing that. So yeah, we got our name, and we need to check if the in item has the same names. I think we got to split this, right? Yes, we got to split this, and then we got to get name. Okay, and this is why we did a name, because we want to be able to compare them, and names are the only text-based variable that you can compare with. You can't compare with regular text or strings. You guys didn't know that? Okay, so is this name the same? Okay, if it is the same, then we want to check the stack size. So we'll just get the in item. Oh yeah, get in item. Break that again. And we're gonna get stack. Oh, we already made we can get max stack size right here. But we'll plug that in. So this was totally irrelevant. I think I did this to save time before. Because, yeah, this is totally irrelevant. We're just going to delete this macro. Get stack size. Okay, so we're going to get the max stack size, and we're going to make sure... that should actually be named max stack size. Because that's what this is. So, sorry, how did I do this? Okay, yeah, so the quantity... Yeah, so the stack size does not equal the quantity of the item. Okay, what we're looking for. Let's change that variable because that's going to get confusing for me. Is it in here? No, it's in weapon data. So I guess this is weapon data. It's going to be item data. Sorry, max stack size. Gonna rename some stuff to avoid some confusion. So yeah, not weapon data, say item data. So we'll do item data, and then we'll do what was it Tommy, sorry, saying that about the child. So you can make a child of this and then make it weapon data, then you can add some weapon specific variables to it, but you can inherit this basic item data, right? Okay, so back to compile, and we're gonna go to the inventory. We're going to check if the max stack size it is. Okay, so I think we just get true. Yes. We get a return node. We're going to add an output for found slot, which will be a Boolean. And then we also need the index of the slot we just found. Okay, and we'll move index actually to the top just to keep it clean for the next graph there. Okay, so we have found a slot, and then we're going to plug in, this is... slightly messy, but there we go. Okay, is that it for this? Yes, and then out of completed, we need to get a return node. And found slot will be false, index will be -1. -1 is a very, very common programming practice where if the index has not been found, we're going to return a -1 because that'll never, ever be an index. Index go from 0 to whatever, right? Okay, so... Zero to Game Dev saying Neo AI and Ludus AI can both analyze your project and create blueprints currently. Medicine is for quitters. I'm sad my last comment got ignored. Which one was that? Sorry, yeah, I didn't see. Yeah, I miss comments all the time. Okay, here we'll try this again. I tried this last stream, but no one used it. But we'll see. So I'm gonna start a Q&A up top here. Ask me questions. If you guys have a genuine question that you want me to ask, just go up top there. It's live chat. So go up there, ask me a question. Questions will pop up, and then I can, when we have question time or whatever in a little bit, I'll open that up and I'll see what you guys have to say. But anyways, you said, would you ever consider blackboarding these systems on stream before starting to show a general flow of creating parts of a GDD? It might help refresh things mentally before working. We could. I could do that in Paint, I guess. So yeah, basically, so yeah, what we're doing, so do you want me to lay out the inventory itself right now? So yeah, what we need to do is, let's see, let's open up Paint, I'll pirate software this thing. Okay, so, actually screw Paint. I'm gonna open my actual effing, design software because it's just so much better to do stuff in. So I mentioned this last stream, but Affinity 3.0 just came out, and it's free, and it's Photoshop and Illustrator and InDesign in one program, and it's literally just as powerful as that. So yeah, file new, whatever, it doesn't matter. Sure. Okay, so what we're doing, inventory. So obviously we've made our data already. So we need a function to, I don't know how you would blackboard this. I guess, you know, this, sure. Didn't I just make that? Oh, I see. There we go. Okay. So, you know, first thing we need to do is we need to have an add. You know what? I don't need to do this. I can just show you my notes. No. So yeah, I'll just show you my notes. So, because like I said, I've made the system before, and yeah. So here's our add to inventory. We are going to find the slot first, then we're going to add the item to whatever slot if we do find one at this specific index. So that's what we just made. Then we need to minus the quantity by 1 and set it, and then we're going to set local failure to false just to make sure that that stays false. The while loop will then fire again if there's any more items left. Oh, I have it at greater than 0. That's actually better. Not equal to should give us the same thing, but that's fine, whatever. Anyway, so we're gonna just continuously add the items to the slot until we hit 0, or until our slot is full. Okay, so we're gonna find a slot. It doesn't equal the max stack size. That means this is now false. We're gonna run down this branch. We are now gonna check and see if any other slots are empty. So we're gonna run through our whole inventory array and check and see if any slots are empty. If they are empty, then we're going to add that item to this slot. Okay, then that'll be just one quantity though. So one quantity of that item is going to get added to a new slot. Then the while loop's going to fire again. It's going to run this find slot. It will find another slot because we just added one, right? And then it's going to do this one again. Okay. So let's say that we didn't find a slot. Our inventory is full. So that's what this is. Or local failure will be true because we don't have any slots left. And then I just added a little note here to add a little warning box later when you make it that your inventory is full. Okay. So that is how this inventory system is going to work. It's going to be pretty straightforward. Okay. And then, yeah, so I'll do that for most of these. I'll kind of explain what we're going to do here first. And then it'll help you guys kind of find it along here. But anyways, so yeah, that's this function. We're going to go back to the add to inventory. We're now going to drag in find slot. And we'll drag in the local item and plug it in here. Okay, we'll get a branch. We found an item slot. Great. We're going to make that other function, which was the add to slot. Okay, this one shouldn't be too difficult. So we'll say, yeah, add to existing slot. Okay, and the input obviously will be the index input slot index, we'll call it. Okay. We got to get items. We got to get a copy of the particular item from this index, right? So again, if you guys are a little unfamiliar with arrays, so the array will create a list of objects. The object in slot number 1 will be 0. Slot number 2 will be 1. Blah, 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 blah. Right? So if I click on this and I add a bunch of this, so see 0, 1, 2. So when we're looking for a slot, we're going to find the slot's index. Okay, slot number 3 is available, so it's going to output slot index number 3, and then we're going to be getting slot number 3 from here. Okay, this is empty. Great. Now we're going to populate this with this data that just came in. Okay, so items. Yeah, so this is an existing slot. Pardon me. So we're going to grab items again, and we're going to set array element. Okay, so this will just let you modify an existing spot in the array. Okay, so we'll plug that in. Oh, I saw something on the Fab store last night that I need with all my heart. It was like a blueprint organizer. You literally like click the most parent node in your line and you pushed a button and it literally organized all of it. Like it like straightened all the things out. It added reroute nodes. It just made everything readable. It was like, oh my god, I need this. It was $14 and I was like, ugh. But yeah. Anyways, we are just going to keep this clean. So we'll drag out of here and we're going to get slot index, which is the function input. Okay, so whatever index this is, we're going to say, hey, we're updating this index. Okay, the item is going to be, sorry, we're going to get, let's maybe move this down here. And then move this down here. And then we're going to get a copy and we'll plug this index in again. I think I should have just used this. Well, I was dumb. Anyways, okay, yeah, this is what we're doing. Okay, size to fit just means it will expand. It will keep the index growing, basically. The array growing if it's full, right? So that's what that does. We don't need to make that true in this case here. Okay, so I'm sorry. We do need this back here because we need to get this, and we need to break it. Yes, we need to break this, and then we need to make this. We're going to plug the data asset into the data asset because otherwise it'll return nothing. I don't know. I just don't like messy graphs. That's just me. Oops. Copy paste. Copy paste. Okay, then the quantity we're going to plus plus. We're going to add 1 to this quantity and then set it. And then we're going to add that to this quantity and finish making this struct pin and then set that as the new data for that item, okay, or for this slot, okay? So that's how we do that. That's pretty easy. Let's go back. What time is it? 12. All right. So add to existing. We need to plug in our index. There it is. Okay, and obviously now we need to grab our local item, break this, and then we need to minus minus. So we've added it to our slot. We've added 1 to our slot. We need to take 1 away from the local item quantity so that we can eventually get our while loop down to 0, right? Okay, and then we'll set this as false, just like I said, just to make sure it's not gonna do some stuff. Okay, so that's that part. Let's comment some stuff because someone was chirped me. It has chirped me every stream about not commenting stuff. So adds 1 item to the existing slot found. This will find matching item in slot. Okay, and then this runs until no items left or inventory is full, whichever is first. There we go. Let's check the what's it called? Did we reach 4,000 subs yet? Let's have a look. Stream. Whoops, wrong button. This one. Oh, so close, everybody. So close. It'll be a reveal later, but all right, we're almost there. Almost 4,000 there. So if you guys haven't subbed and you're watching, let's get it to 4K, everybody. Okay, so where are we here? We are doing the next one in the graph here. Oh, sorry. I guess I should comment this. Checks if inventory accepts item type. Okay. Do I want to? I think this will work. Is the quantity not equal to 0, or is it greater than 0? That's pretty much the same thing. That's pretty much the same thing. I'm gonna leave it, and then if shit breaks, I guess we'll fix it then. Okay, so next up here, I'm just looking at the thing here. So I'll pull this over so we look at the same time. So we've done this. Now we're gonna do this. We're gonna find the next empty slot available here. So that'll be another function. Find empty slot. Okay, that will have no inputs, so that's good. Let's, I'm just going to scroll down to that particular thing here. There it is. Okay, so we're just going to run our array here. My F's not working. You know how you used to drag out of here and push F to get a for each loop? It just doesn't work anymore. Fat Man said that was happening to him one time too. I don't know what's going on with that. Anyways, we're going to run our array. We're going to run our array here. And we're going to break this. Wascally web it. And then we're going to check if the quantity equals 0. I just went with it. I don't know. I flubbed my words there and I just went with it. So we're going to check if it equals 0. If it equals 0, that means it's empty. Okay? Then we're going to return... get a return node. I believe we had a index, right? Yeah, we do. And a boolean as well. We'll say index. The index, we'll say the free index. Just to keep calling everything index can get a little confusing sometimes, but all right, and then boolean for found slot. Okay. All right, in this case, we have found a slot, and then we will drag this up here again. Oh, sorry. $5 for 4K? Oh, did we hit it? Sorry, I changed it. Yeah! Let's go. Let's go. Thanks for the $5 for 4K, Mark.
Thank you!
Awesome. I wish I could give you 4K for 4K, but I'm poor. I mean, you know, I appreciate you. You're, you know, godsend here. But, I mean, Mark, you gave me basically $5 each stream, so I appreciate you. So, okay, let's, oh, you wanted me to move for 4K? No, just kidding. Mark paid me last time for voice acting. He wanted me to moo. And then he said he was disappointed with the moo, but satisfied with the look on my face enough that it, you know. So, question, just found your channel. I'm pretty new to Unreal Engine, but want to begin game development. You have a lot of videos. Where do you recommend I start? I would recommend starting with, I have a couple of, like, are you, like, a straight beginner? Because I have a couple of beginner tutorials that talk about the different types of variables and what they do, what arrays do, that kind of stuff. Watch a couple of those. Once you have, like, a general grasp of Unreal Engine, I don't know what kind of game you want to make either. I have two series on here. I have one that is a first-person shooter series, so that'll teach you how to make all the systems for first-person shooters. That one might seem, for a beginner, might seem a little bit heavy and a bit advanced at first, but it's, hopefully I explain things well enough. If any of you guys watching have actually done the series, you can let me know if it was, like, instructive enough for a beginner. The UI inventory series is pretty beginner friendly. Most of the stuff there is pretty easy to understand. And a lot of people have said from both series that they've learned a lot of stuff from the series. So, yeah, so that's where I recommend to start. I will be making, so I'm doing Tarkov right now. I just mentioned to you guys, that's more of a, we'll call it like an intermediate course. Like, that course is just, like, so freaking crazy. But after that, I'm going to be making, like, a tutorial series for complete beginners, like have not touched Unreal Engine once, and we're gonna make a full game. Not to confuse you with things like, you know, what's his goddamn name, Gorka Games. He's like, make a game in 2 hours. Yeah, you know, and then you open it and you just, all you learn in 2 hours is how to download assets and how to move stuff on the map. Like, I don't know. Just blows my mind. But yeah, you're going to learn how to use the engine for one, and then game design principles. You're going to learn, we're going to make, I made a video a couple of weeks or a month or so ago for, let me just pull it up here. It's not going to be this exact game because we're going to make it 3D, obviously. I got to pull it up here from my thing here. One sec. Demonetized. Free assets for non-members. I'm pretty sure it was in here. D. Compass, tut, font, FPS, impacts, level up. Where is it? I have it here somewhere. Maybe it's in... Oh, okay, here it is. Samples. So, I made this game design document super quick. So, but yeah, it basically, it's this thing I made for the game design document. Super simple. It's just going to be like a time trial level where you're playing as a squirrel, you're jumping through and you're collecting 10 acorns as fast as possible. That's the game. Super easy. It's basic enough where it's not going to, you know, make you think you can't do it. Sinister Shred, thank you very much.
Thank you!
Thank you for taking time to do this. I appreciate you. Yeah, so we're going to be doing this. We're going to be running through the world. We're going to learn, obviously, you know, prototyping a game. So we're going to do basic movements. We're not going to worry about animations and stuff right away. We'll just you'll be a box. We're going to prototype the level, or gray box the level. We're going to get all the systems working, and then we're going to focus on the refining stuff. So we're going to kind of go through all the different game development stages just to kind of show you how it works. We're going to learn how to use Unreal Engine, all the basic variables, inheritance, all that kind of stuff. And then at the very end, you're going to have a game for your portfolio. Okay? So that's my plan after Tarkov. But that's probably not for at least another 6 months, I would say. Okay, so Gorka is a sellout. I mean, I don't want to bash him too hard, to be honest. I mean, I've kind of dreamt about making a video complaining about the make a game in 20 minutes thing that he does all the time. It just pisses me off. Because it just sells the illusion that games are easy to make, and they're not. And then, you know, you know, a lot of people say he knows his audience. Yeah, his audience are ignorant, you know, newcomers to Unreal Engine. And they're like, oh, all I need to make a game is to download these couple of plugins and download some assets off the Fab Store, and then I just kind of move stuff around, and then that's my game, right? So, I don't know, it just pisses me off. So, he's just a kid who teaches the absolute basics. He's not a bad guy, he just sticks to the intro stuff for the most part. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's got a ton of videos, and they're all, like, very specific things, so it's, like, very, very likely if you like, hey, I want to learn about this, and you type it into the YouTube search bar, he's one of the first videos that pops up. Like, he knows that. He knows that, you know, that's his audience, right? I want to help develop people into better game devs, you know, so, including myself, because I don't know everything, and I'm always learning, so, yeah, when I teach stuff, I want to make sure that I'm giving you guys the most current information that I have, which, by the way, isn't always correct. So everyone in the comments of all my videos and even in the streams here have been really good at saying, like, oh no, actually this is the way, this is how it should be. And then I go, oh really? And then, yeah, you just got to keep an open mind being a game dev. You can't be like, oh, this is the only way to do it, right? So yes, that the explains why and explains it well. That is, there was, when I started my channel, there was two things I wanted to make sure for you guys I wanted to do. Number one, I wanted to be somewhat entertaining, because watching videos for people who are, you know, make me want to fall asleep does not help with my learning, especially like I have ADHD, so it's like if it's not interesting enough or engaging enough for me, I don't want to stick around. So yeah, that was number one, is I wanted to make it entertaining. Obviously I have a bit of a, you know, experience in entertainment and stuff, so easier for me to do that kind of stuff. And then number two, I just hated, people were like, yeah, you just do this and do that, and you just kind of like lay out a blueprint without really telling everybody how it works or what that blueprint does, or what the node does or whatever, and then you just kind of have to like believe in the process, and then you get to the end and then it doesn't work. And you have no idea why it doesn't work. And then you go into your own project and you're like, oh, hey, I made an inventory system once, but you followed a tutorial and you have no idea how it works. That doesn't help you in the long run, right? So to get everybody out of that tutorial hell, you need to really teach them why the node's there, why it's doing what it's doing, right? So, never stop learning until you game over. I actually have to make that. I don't know how to make that into some sort of graphic. My graphical design brain's not really thinking how to do that, honestly. Speaking of that, I made a couple more stickers for the store. If you guys are interested, you can check that out. It's in the Discord and the merch shop. There's a new Azura sticker in there. I think Fatman told Azura and their little TG support Discord that he would buy stickers, so I made some stickers. If you guys want something else specifically in the store, I'm sure you don't know what's available. Like, I'm using Printify, so it's like literally think of anything that you can print a logo onto or something like that. Or if you want a different design for one of the cups or one of the stickers, like just let me know and I'll do it. If you guys want it, I'll make it and then you can get it. Okay, so we are checking to see if our empty slot is empty, and if it is, we're gonna blah 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 blah. If we've run through all of our slots in our array here, we will come out of the completed, and we will hit a return node, and we will say found slot false, and free slot is -1. Okay, so for those who don't know, if you in a function have a return node on a for each loop, if this ever is true and it hits this return node, function's done. It doesn't run any more items. It literally exits the function at that exact moment for this index, okay? So that's why we can have this on the completed, the free index found slot, because if we run through all of these items and all of them are false, then it's going to come out of the completed saying we've finished the array, there's no more array to run, then we're going to say, okay, there's no more slots, right? I want that chibi, that coffee chibi on a cup. The coffee, oh, I have that. But like on an actual mug, or because I have it on a tumbler, because I have it on a mug. Okay, so yeah, I can do that for you, no worries. Then you respawn and keep learning. Yeah, you're funny. Unless it's pay to play, then I realize I'm old. I don't like modern game trends. I pull up my GameCube instead. Mark, you know what? A lot of people are doing that right now. Sorry, you know what? I just realized I was live on the wrong screen. My apologies. Yeah, Mark, so unless it's pay to play, and then I realize I'm old, I don't like modern game trends, I pull out my GameCube instead. Mark, 100%. A lot of people are going that route, and companies know it. Companies know that they're not playing new games because they're freaking trash, and it's a business, not a, it's how to make money, not how to satisfy the consumer like it used to be. Um, the Tumblr, copy that. Okay, so yeah, people are going back and playing old games. That's why they're porting old games, right? They're saying, hey, now you can play the remastered version of like The Last of Us 2, and oh hey, now we've remastered Super Mario Bros. For the 50th time. Buy it again at full price, right? Like that is just, they're just capturing you guys on the nostalgia train. I've been caught in the nostalgia train before as well, but I mean, like that's the direction of gaming. It's either going to be remakes because they know it's successful and they don't have to take a 5-year risk making a game, with the risk of it not working, right? And that's why indie games are doing so well right now. Like, I'm playing Escape on Duck Off, really fun. Game pisses me off, but that's just part of the game, I guess. But yeah, indie games are doing really well right now because people are trying new ideas that are really cool, and people are liking them, and the games are reasonably priced, so people are going to buy them, right? Escape on Duck Off was like $25, and I've put like 50 hours into the game already. It's super fun, right? So, AAA games are all ran by Nolan Sorrento and his marketing team. Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. Keep up the great stream from Hollywood. Yes, Hollywood, welcome, thank you. Anyways, I want to get this inventory done, and ideally the UI in this one stream, so I'll try to chat less and do more, but we'll see. AAA games are the reason I got into this. Man, AAA games are the reason I got into this too. I think that's actually true for a lot of people. I think that if this is the time to make an indie game and release it, to be honest. Like, before the indie games were really saturated with like 2D stuff and everyone was really interested in playing that too much, which is like a little sad. There's the odd ones that broke out, like Stardew Valley, for example, broke out. I mean, that was made by one guy over 5 years. But there's, and then I think what really started the indie train was Lethal Company. Frick, that game was good. That game's so good to play with friends. We should actually have a play-a-thon or something. We can all play that game because it's just much more fun to play with friends. But yeah, so that game got really, really good reviews. It was only like $10 or $15 or whatever it was. It was super cheap, and yeah, it was so simplistic in its design, but so fun because of that, and because you were playing with friends. And then the next game I think was Helldivers 2. It wasn't necessarily an indie. It was probably more like a AA game because 20 people made it. It was a small studio, but I mean, the game was really fun. Same thing. 4 people co-op. The game is just like pure chaos. Cost $50 on Steam. Like, it just, they hit a home run, right? So that, yeah, I think indie games are here now, to be honest, and AAA is going to be struggling in the next little bit here because no one wants their microtransactional garbage except uneducated twits. But anyways, okay, so indies are turning out stuff just to release stuff. There's a term now for that kind of game, slop. Yeah, that's true. And then there's the people who release, say they're going to release a really awesome game, trick people with really cool screenshots, and then you buy it, and then it's just total trash. So yeah, there is that, 100%. But yeah, obviously you need to make sure that, your game's fun. That's a step a lot of people miss. They just go, I want to make a game, and they just start making it. But you need to make a prototype of your game, try it out. Is it fun? Get other people to play it. Is it fun? If it's not fun, ask them why it's not fun, and then they'll give you some feedback. You're going to write that down. Maybe you tweak parts of your game to make it more fun. Yeah, that's really, really important because you don't want to waste 4 years of your life making a game when it's not even fun, right? I mean, to be honest, so you're talking about No Man's Sky being slop. To be honest, No Man's Skies was made by 5 dudes in their garage, so I hear. Don't know how true that is, but No Man's Sky, like, if you think about the concept, you're creating basically an infinite amount of worlds procedurally generated. That in itself is really impressive. Also opens up a huge can of worms of things that could go wrong, right? So, everything's not going to be perfectly procedurally generated. Yeah, I heard No Man's Sky was pretty empty at the beginning. Even I played it, I think it was the beginning of last year with Azura, and it seemed fun, but it did get a little repetitive still. Like, I don't know, I got bored of it. We platinumed the game, but yeah, we got bored of it, right? So there's some indie games. some indies that keep traditional game mentality alive, which is awesome. Yeah, 100%. So for my game, I haven't talked about it too much. I don't have a prototype yet. I'm just kind of like experimenting with systems and stuff first. And then once Azure and I move in together in January, actually. And then that's when the green screen's coming down. Green screen, because where I'm setting up my computer looks like absolute ass, so I'm not showcasing that. You'll just see me only. Anyways, yeah, for my game, so my game is going to be like, it's essentially Avatar, The Last Airbender, and Zelda Had a Baby. That's the game. There's no swords or anything like that, but main character will be fighting with elements, so we will be able to switch the 4 elements and fight in with those different elements. So it's going to be an action RPG, and then it's going to be basically what I showed you in the beginning of the stream, like that sort of stylistic style, and it's going to be kind of based off like the first 3D Zelda. So it's going to be like linear-ish story. There's going to be exploration stuff. There's going to be, you know, little kind of sub areas, and there's going to be kind of 4 main, you know, dungeony areas that have like a little bit of like a puzzly element to them. We're not opening chests and finding key items or anything like that. It's not going to be a carbon copy of Zelda, but just kind of like that old feel, like that old adventure game feel that you don't really get anymore, you know? Hey, I've seen worse backdrops on streamers. Yeah, maybe I'll just take a picture of this, and then that'll be my green screen background, you know? But anyways, yeah. Okay, sorry, let's get back into this here. So we found an empty slot. We're going to just close all this. And we're back in the inventory here, so now we're going to find an empty slot. Okay. Go back into my notebook here so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, and then... okay, so we need to make another function here called add to empty slot. Or add to new slot. Call it. Okay, that will have an index and a item as well. Oh, we'll just say new index and item. Sure, call it item. It's the struct, right? Inventory item. There it is. Yep. Okay. So we'll hit compile. We will. I'll just find that add to empty slot. Here we go. That seems wrong. Just looking at my notes, 1 sec. Add to empty slot. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. It's different from the other one because where is it here? Add to existing slot. Existing slot only has a slot index because there's already data in here, so we don't need to get the new data. I mean, you probably could, because it's literally exactly the same. It's yeah. Let's just add to slot. We'll just get rid of existing. Stop being dumb. Just to save us some work, right? You don't have to redo this just because of one more input. So we'll add to slot. We will do, we'll add this, and it should be the item. So we'll say in item. And if this is the case, we can't get this. We have to get the in item again, which we can just get the function input in item. Okay, we're going to break that. Or split it, sorry, and then we're out of this data asset, we're gonna plug this in here. Reason for that, the item that's coming in, we want to make sure that data asset's getting plugged in, because if this is a new slot and we're getting this slot index, then if that's the case, then we're not going to have any data in this data asset, right? Because there's nothing in here. So that's what we got to do. This should work. Just going to check my notes one more time here. Yes, we want to get the quantity of this particular index and add 1 to it, and then set that as the new quantity. We don't want it coming out of here because this is going to have all of the items that we are still adding to our inventory, so that will screw it up. Okay, so add to slot. We'll hit compile. We'll go back to add to inventory. We will delete add to new slot because we're not going to use that. And we will add to slot. Okay. And we'll plug that in, and then we'll do the local item right here. Okay, and obviously we'll need a Boolean here to check and see if we've found a slot or not. Okay, we'll do true, and if it's false, we are going to come down here and we're going to set local fail to true. Our inventory will be empty. And then I'll add a reroute node here and we'll comment box this inventory full, and then add UI warning. Okay. I think that's all. We need to do a drop, remove from inventory function as well. Let's see here. Leon says, I was wondering, the weapon system, is it basically the same as the inventory system, but with its own dedicated slot as storage-wise, equipping-wise, so it's basically built on inventory? Pretty much. So with the hotbar and with the actual weapon select and stuff, it's going to be slightly different because this inventory is managing all of the items, whereas those slots only need one item data. So if it's like, you know, you have a rifle here, okay, so now you're gonna tell it, hey, the item data for this slot is the rifle data. Then it's going to have all of the data that it needs available, and then populate all the data that it needs in that slot. So for example, I'm just gonna kind of explain a little bit what we're doing here. I gotta drink some water because my throat's gonna raw. Yeah. So what it'll do is you'll push 1. You have a hotbar 1, 2, 3, whatever you have the hotbar set to. It's going to then, whatever you want to do with it, whether you want to switch to that weapon. So you'll push 1. It's going to reference that particular slot and say what weapon is in this slot. Then it's going to pull the weapon data, whatever you have in there for the weapon, and then it's going to say, okay, this is the weapon, and you have the weapon class variable in there. So if it's not loaded, you can load it in, or whatever the case is. Ask the question button disappeared. Did it now? Check up top there, the ask me questions Q&A. Can you, is it still there, or does it? Yeah, well, just let me know. And I see you guys. Anyways, yeah, here, I'm gonna go to questions. Yeah, there's no questions in there right now, so I'm not sure what happened there. If that's not there or not, then I guess we'll just do the same thing here. Anyways, so, yeah, so you'll push 1, it'll pull the data asset from that slot, and then it'll check what weapon it is, and then it'll say switch to, you know, that weapon or whatever. So that's one positive of doing it that way. If you're like, hey, if your hotbar has items on it, so like a healing thing or a grenade or whatever, and you hit that hotbar, you can pull the data from that and say, hey, spawn this item, right? If it's a grenade, spawn this item, whatever the case is, right? So, it only shows me the poll. That's super weird. The poll shouldn't be there anymore. Oh, auto mod got you. You're funny. Interesting. Yeah, on my screen here, it's like if I pull the chat over, it's up here, right? Ask me a question. So I'm not sure why that's not there for you, but yeah, that's fine. Just ask me the questions in here. Last coffee call of the day, boys. Let's go. Mark, what time is it for you? Is it, you're East Coaster, aren't you? Okay, so that's done. We need to do a what's it called? Well, first off, did I get all the functions? Oh, there's a drag and drop to empty slot, and then which we'll be using, and then remove from inventory. So let's do remove from inventory. I remember this is a little annoying, but you need the inventory item struct, and also I have the index here as well, because you can do either or. So I might script this slightly differently than I have it in here, so that you don't have to redo it. I'm just trying to think. We could do a -1 thing, but you would have to set that every time you remove from inventory, which I guess isn't terribly a huge deal. Okay. Where's remove from inventory? Maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe I didn't screenshot that. Oh well, I mean, it's not that difficult. So I think what we'll do then is we'll just make sure that this is not equal to -1. Okay. If it's not equal to -1, that means we're removing an index. If it's equal to -1, then yeah, then obviously we'll use this new item or item to remove. Okay, so if you're removing an index, that means generally that all of the items are getting removed. You're removing the total index. Okay, so if that's the case, we're going to get the items, and we're going to remove index, and plug in index, the input for the function. Get index. We'll plug that in. That'll come out of true. Okay, and then we need to resize the inventory. What that will do is that will shuffle everything up, and then this should be inventory size. Okay, so yeah, this will shuffle all the items up and then add a new slot to this array at the bottom. Okay, so if you have a 12 item inventory, you remove slot 6, shuffles everything up, adds a new one at slot 12. Okay, so that's how that works. Okay, so that's for removing an index, and if we are not removing an index, that means we're removing quantities of an item, but not the whole item. So in that case, we need to get items again, and we need to set array element. And let's get copy, and this will be, or do we do find? To be honest, I've had so many issues with find itself. Let me show you why. So find item, normally you'd plug this in and it's all tickety-boo. However, this is a struct, and it's going to be looking for the exact matching struct in here. So even if you have, so if we, break this, for example, you break this, you have two things in here. So it's going to be looking for the one that has the same data asset and the exact number of items. So that's why find won't work necessarily. So what you need to do instead is you need to break this. Is it break? I don't know if sometimes this doesn't work either, which is super annoying. I wish you could break this and only do that, because if I do this, it's going to look for that exact data asset with this exact quantity, and it's still not going to work. So that's why get works all the time, because you're getting the actual index. I wonder, what would actually be really handy is if we just stored the index in the actual struct. Why don't we do that? That's like next level shit. So that'll be in the struct inventory item, and we'll just say add variable current. Sorry, not current there. Integer current index. I've been experimenting with this kind of stuff. What did I had something in my Tarkov series that was like kind of like this. Let's save. It was kind of like this because trying to think what I added in here. Anyways, yeah, I added another thing in the struct just to carry. Oh, it was the coordinates. So I attached what coordinates that this particular item occupied in its inventory. So then I could get the inventory item struct, and grab those coordinates at any time, and then I don't have to get a specific reference to that thing and blah 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 blah, right? So that's what I added in here. So this is actually good because this is going to travel around with the item everywhere, just like the quantity, right? So this actually makes sense to do this. So we got to update some things here. So add to inventory, add to slot. Let's set the current index as the slot index. Does that make sense? Yes. And then, so if we get a new item where it's not going to exist anyway, so we're going to add this current index to that. And then if we're adding an item to an existing slot, this will be the same anyway. So yeah, that'll make sense. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Mark, you're in Central. It's 2:40. Okay, so you're 2 hours ahead. Okay. I'm just reading your I'm assuming Mexican, Mark. You know what's interesting about? I said Mexican. Wow, how racist. Spanish. Sorry. Yeah. The interesting thing about Spanish that I don't speak Spanish, but you can read a Spanish sentence and pretty much figure out what they're saying because a lot of it derives from the original roots of the English words. So that's really cool. So I'm assuming he said one more coffee, one more favor. I can't read. One more coffee, a favor. Yeah, I don't know what that last thing says, but I mean, yeah, you can pretty much read that and get a general idea what they're saying. So yeah, one more coffee is kind of like what I gathered from that, right? So, I can speak a little Japanese. Nihongo wa hanashi or sakoshi hanashi desu. So yeah, speak a little bit of that. There's only one Japanese person in our Discord, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, I can read and write Japanese. That was the most fun part of that. But yeah, it's anyways. One more coffee, please, and something. Thank you. Question. No, isn't thank you gracias? I know that, and I know like C, and no. I guess is the no come from the Family Guy thing? No, no, whatever. Anyways, so okay, so we've added this little thing to our slot. I think that's all we needed to update is setting the current index every time we either add to an existing slot or add to a new slot, and that should work. So let's go to add to inventory, find empty slot. That'll work fine. Okay, so now we're going to remove from inventory. We are not going to bother with this. Okay. And we need to check if our quantity is the quantity to remove is 0. And then if it is, we're going to remove the whole index. If it's not, we're going to set it. Okay, so true, remove the whole index. And then if it is that, so we're going to get the current index, plug that in. And then do I have to make this? Make inventory item slot. Right, we did this so that we could get. That's right. So item to remove, items, or find. Is that what we wanted? No, we just need to get. Get a copy, current index. We're going to split this. We're going to plug the data asset in. We're going to plug the current index in, so that stays the same. The quantity is the only thing we're updating, so we're going to minus by 1. Or sorry, we got a minus by quantity to remove, sorry. So minus, make sure quantity is on the top by this quantity. Okay. You know what? This should not be equals to 0. This should be... We got to do something else here, because if it's equal to 0, that's not what we want. If the quantity to remove is greater than this quantity, what a mess. What an effing mess. Is there any way to make this neater? God, this is so... I hate this. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so yeah, this makes sense. So if the quantity to remove is greater than the quantity that we have left, this will cause problems, actually. Let's see. Oh God, what kind of shit you guys posted now? Means yeah, Mark, you should dial her back here, family friendly channel and stuff, and you're talking about BBLs. Oh, okay. I was thinking happy everything, guys. I think Tabian is thank you very much. Oh, Tabian is also okay. Porvor is please. I thought that was. Oh, is that how you say it in real Spanish? Por favor. Oh, okay. Because I knew por favor means please, but I didn't know that's how it was spelt. Anyways, electronic nodes equals cleaner nodes. Yeah, that thing I saw in the Fab store, which I'll just pull up now. I'm sure it's on sale here somewhere. Is this... Where's the sales? Discover, Ultimate Blueprint Pack, that sounds awful. It wasn't too far down here. I don't see it. That's fine. Yeah, it was a blueprint, uh, like a node wrangler of some variety. Oh, is this the one you're talking about? Is this the one? Is this literally the one I was looking at? No, I don't think it is. But goddamn, I might buy that right now. Um, I'll hold off and buy it. But yeah, I need that in my life for sure. Okay, so if it's false, we're gonna minus that and set the quantity. Yes, that makes sense. So we're gonna do that. This is concerning me though, in case this, like, if you had 3 left and the amount you wanted to remove is 5, so 5 is greater than greater than the amount of quantity we have, then that's true, then it's going to remove the index, but what happens to the other 2 items that we needed? You know what I mean? So, well, first off, actually, let's move this branch. I'm just thinking here. So if I don't have my what's it called? Maybe I can find it somewhere else. That's what I'm on right now. Where is this? Okay, so let me just, I might have put it in here. Oh, this is with data tables. Okay, anyways, so we don't want to remove the index then, I think. Unless it's 0. Maybe we add another branch here and just say, this is the... So, yeah, we'll get a branch. Here, it won't let me... all my shortcuts have gone away. That is super annoying. You know what I'm talking about? Like, when you push B to just get a branch, or S to get a sequence, like, all those went away. That's super annoying. Flat nodes is by the same def, but worth it. Okay, yeah, you convinced me. I'm buying it. Okay, so we got this. Let's check if or let's basically get this exact node with this exact parameters. Copy, paste. So we want this. I'll get a fresh one of these to keep it cleanish. Minus this. Does this equal... Does we want equal, or... We do less than 0? That makes sense, doesn't it? We just want to check if it's a negative number, right? Is this a negative number? Is it less than 0? Yes. Let's do a not Boolean here, just to keep this out of the true branch, to keep it clean. God, this is a mess. Okay, so we did that. So if it's not less than 0, which is true, then we're going to remove the index. So I guess this has to be equal 0 then. No. What are we looking for here? Yeah, okay. Is it equal or greater than? Greater or equal to 0. Yes, okay. Sorry, my brain is just, like, malfunctioning right now. So, item to remove, is it greater or equal to the items that we have remaining? True. Okay, is it less than 0 when we do this? Or not less than 0. True. Okay, so that means it's 0, we remove it. If it's not 0, then that means we don't have enough items. So, we'll get a return node. And let's add an output, just says success, I guess. Make that a Boolean. And we'll add a return node here. And that'll be true. It'll be false here. And this is just, we can run an event when we remove an item. It's like, if it was a success or not. If it's not a success, it's like, don't have enough. I don't know, it depends on what we're doing. Like, I was just thinking, like, if you, I was thinking, like, for example, a crafting system. Like, if your crafting system required, I mean, you would do those checks beforehand if you had enough items in your inventory. Before you crafted, right? That's what I'm getting hung up on. That's what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about this. So yeah, I think you would do that. You would check, do we have enough items available? And then if we do, then we would remove from inventory. Yeah, let's think about it like that. So don't worry about this or this. Let's move this back down. So is it greater or equal to is the quantity greater or equal to the quantity to remove? Yes, we'll remove. Okay, we'll deal with the repercussions of that later when we have an actual practical example to look at. Okay, can't have a friendly family without somebody creating a family. I mean, isn't that what we are? Hate that corporate frickin' garbage. We're family here. Oh, we're short-staffed. Oh, don't leave us. Here's pizza. I hate corporate world so much. Node graph assistant, eh? Nice. Electron nodes. Yeah, I read that one already. Yeah, I absolutely despise corporate world, as I'm sure most people do. It's just, like, so ridiculous. I was very, very fortunate when I worked in film that it was, like, corporate-like, but not really. So, an example is, what was I gonna say? We did this. I think this will work. Okay, so we did remove from inventory, and where was it here? Was it this one? Yes. There was one more function, the drag and drop add to slot. I think's down here. Oh, that's easy. So all it is drag and drop add to slot. Okay. We're just gonna get this item. We're gonna get, or just set array element. The inputs are just gonna be, come on. Sorry. Inputs, we're just indexing the item. So do the index, and we will do item. Tommy's email, I read the first couple words. That's going to resonate with me when I have a chance to read it here in a second. Inventory item. There we go. Perfect. Then we'll plug that in, plug that in, plug that in. All done. That's all I have in here, which obviously becomes relevant later. Okay, anyways. For scanning the for scanning? Oh yeah, I think that used in there randomly. Scanning the inventory system, you can use the tmap primary data asset as a key and count as value used this before. So you map the primary data asset as a key. Oh shit, that's way better. Actually. That's Arthurito said that. That's actually a good idea. Instead of doing the find. function or fine thing that I was bitching about earlier. Tommy says, thank you for working an 8-hour week for the last week to make the company millions. Here's pizza. Oh yeah, us execs get millions on a bonus, but you get a pizza. Yeah, pretty much, right? Pretty much. I mean, that was another bonus in film too. It's like, you know, I mean, yeah, you worked 8 hours a week, but it's like you got paid really well. So that was nice. I got my gas paid for, like, you know, food was paid for majority of the time. So I didn't really have to bring a lunch or worry about food that way. And then, like, at the end of the show, you have a wrap party and they just give you a bunch of alcohol and food and all this stuff to drink. So it's like, man, so yeah, the film had so many benefits, but like the actual biggest downside was like you didn't have a life. Like I didn't have time to watch movies, didn't have time to, you know, be at home ever, didn't have time to make games. You know, barely had time to do a podcast weekly when I was doing a podcast back in the day. But yeah, so you just give up your life, but you get good money and you get, you know, wrap parties and free gas and free food and all that stuff. But yeah. That's the trade-off. Not that I'm boasting. I mean, those are just the perks. Every job's got perks. Like the perk for me, working at 911, I work for ambulance specifically. The perk for there is I know to just drive yourself in. Just drive yourself in. Don't even bother. Like if it's like super serious, I mean, everywhere's different in the world. In Canada, like ambulances cost like $80, like so everyone abuses them. And then they're upset that they're waiting hours for an ambulance. Yeah, when they could literally be either driven in by somebody else or they can just drive themselves in. So yeah, it's super frustrating, but whatever. I'm not going to complain about that on stream here because it's not game dev related. But anyways, where are we? I think we're done our inventory now. So we got our component made. Let's make some items. So we'll just create like 5-ish items, I guess. So we're going to make go to miscellaneous, go to data asset, and make the primary data asset weapon data. Oh, that's a. Oh yeah, we made a child and then item data. So we'll do this, and we'll say DA underscore, you know, rifle. Okay. Let's open this weapon data child up. What else do we want to know about our data assets for our specifically for our weapons? We're gonna want to know, you know, here I'm just gonna go into my weapons thing and see what we did. Yeah, so you know, there's fire type in here, there's ammo type, the weapon's name, which is going to be covered in the parent. Same with the image. I guess the ammo thumbnail would be nice. We'll do, this is stuff that's not going to change, right? So let's do we don't have ammo type in here as an enumeration yet, but yeah, we'll do, whoops. Sorry, I was like typing on my other screen there. So ammo type. We'll leave it at Boolean for now. We'll make it in a second here. Where was it? There it was. We'll do fire type. I have trace type. We'll do fire. Yeah, fire mode, I guess. That'll be a Boolean for now because that's going to be an enumeration as well. Max mag size. Okay, we got that, and then cross hair image. That is something that should be in a icon thing. I should make those into icons too. Okay, so shoot, that actually might make animations look better for that. Anyways, this will be a texture 2D. Weapon weight, sure, yeah. 2D. Won't have anything in here that would be, you know, whatever the weapon weight is. I would assume weapon weight would be a float. You can do decimal values. And that would probably be in kg or whatever the case is, right? Ammo capacity, damage amount. Yeah, 100% damage. Or base, we'll say base damage. Maybe I'll make a tutorial video on how to do the how to have all of your stats work with the guns, because I didn't do that in the series either. I think a couple people have asked me for that. Base damage. So, yeah, we'll do base damage, and then if you follow my series, I show you how to add physics assets to your enemies, and then assign numerical values to those so that you can do different damage for different body parts. So if you guys want to know how to do that, I did that video. I would probably change that, because I think I did base damage as the max amount of damage for a headshot. I would probably just make the base damage for the head just 2 times, and then just make the base damage what you would want, like if you shoot him in the chest, like max damage, right? If you're using your own inventory component, you would just add the interface in the class settings. Correct. Not for the inventory. I would add it. I would add the interface in the whatever is implementing the component. So your player, for example. Counts for us Americans. Yeah, I know. America's lagging behind with the imperial system. I don't know. I honest to God, don't think America will ever change. It's just too stubborn of a country to change its measurement systems. In Canada, I mean, officially we use kg, but everyone just uses pounds still, to be honest. I don't know how it is like in the UK or any of those other places. Inventory component in the player controller. I would put it on the actual player themselves. To be honest, not the player controller. I mean, depends. If you put it in the player controller, does the player controller have components? I actually don't know. I can't remember. Sorry. Oh yeah, third person blueprints controller. Oh, it does. Okay. So you could put it on the player controller if you were changing characters and wanted to share an inventory. That was where you put it on the player controller in that case. In my industry, we use kg. Yeah, I mean, metric is just so easy to work with without a calculator. Like, without a calculator, can any American tell me how many yards 13 miles is? Because you can't. You need a calculator. Right, so yeah, so I would put in the player controller, I'd put the inventory if you were changing characters constantly but want to share an inventory between them, right? So that's what I would do. Damn. Okay, so yeah, base damage, weapon weight, whatever else. What else we got here? Crosshair image. Oh, bone socket, that's important. Which will be a name. That'll be with the socket that we actually attach the gun to. Then let's in the defaults we already have class defaults, class ref. So this is anything in Unreal Engine. We can refine it later if you want, or you can keep it on actor and you can just select the exact one you need for this. So this will be like whatever weapon we make later. And then I think we should also have an ammo class, which will also be an actor. Soft class reference. Okay, we're not going to load any of this stuff into memory until it's actually being used. So in the weapon class or whatever, if we make that afterwards, we'll do that. Okay, so 576 yards and 13 miles. That sounds wrong. Oh, I'm thinking of feet. Sorry, but yeah, I mean feet. There's what is it? It's like I thought it was 1,300 and some yards in a mile. I don't know. The imperial system makes no sense other than pounds. I mean, I follow pounds. I just know that kilograms are generally just under half. It's like 2.2 pounds a kilogram or something like that. So it's like roughly half. Will this live stream be available later? I missed the first hour or so. Yes, it will be viewable later. YouTube takes like, I don't know, a day to process it. I don't know what the hell that's about, but yeah, it'll be available later. Okay, so we got bone socket ammo class, crosshair ammo, thumbnail. Yeah, we'll do that too. So, ammo, thumbnail. You know what would actually be more clever is if you made another data asset maybe another child of this specifically for ammo, and then you added all the ammo based stuff in there, and then you would just create a data asset reference in here for the types of ammo that it uses. That's a good idea. Max mag size should be a integer, and do we want to make those? Why are we making all these right now? Oh yeah, because we were just going to set the data in there. Yeah, we'll make ammo type super quick, and what's the other one? The fire mode. Content, data. Blueprint, enumeration, E underscore, ammo type. This can be as simple as the system I have in my first-person shooter game, which is like, you know, small, medium, large, shotgun, rocket. So we'll do small and medium. Sure, med and large. I'm not going to go any further than that because you guys can watch my series if you want to get more in depth. This can be the caliber of gun if you want to go that route, or anything like that. What kind of caliber the gun uses or whatever, right? Okay, ammo type will now change us to E underscore ammo type. And fire mode now will make blueprint enumeration E underscore fire mode. Okay, fire mode, right? Single. We'll just do single and auto. I show you how to do burst in my FPS series as well. Burst. Okay. Save, get rid of that, and then we'll change that in here. E underscore fire mode. Okay, save. Now we can make some assets here. So we got the rifle. Did this inherit? It did. Okay, the child class. Item data. Let's create a child. And we can call this PDA health data, maybe. Okay, so open this up and we'll add like amount of health. Okay, and this will be for like pickups and stuff. So health will be a float system, right? So it's got a name. What else does it have? Class defaults. Name, blah blah blah, stack size, item type, health, right? Class ref, max stack size. Oh, you know what would be another good one to add to item data? Can stack. Because then you know if you can stack this item or not, obviously, right? So that'd actually be a good one. Weapon data, health data, I think you can stack that for sure. Let's by default make this like 50. I would say. Okay. Alright, so that's our health data. Let's actually make data assets associated with these. So we'll go material, miscellaneous data asset. We're searching for ones that we've created. Let's make one for health. Let's say EA health pack. Okay, and let's duplicate this and let's make this, you know, sidearm. And what else? Oh yeah, we're gonna do a melee one. I would probably make a separate. I mean, it's gonna be pretty much the same as all this, except for there's no ammo class, there's no crosshair, there's no mag size, there's no like. Okay, so we might as well just make a new one. Item data, create a child blueprint, and we'll just say melee. Melee data. Okay, item type, max stack size. Oh yeah, we should change the base for all of these. Max stack size of 1 by default for all of them. Item data. Max stack size, yeah, I'll just do this. It'll fix all of them. Okay, anyways, melee, we want to know base damage. And damage system should be floats as well. What else would be in here? No ammo. Bone socket would be in here. And that's all I have. See what you guys have to say. I only know 1.6 kilometers is a mile. I know, I see that image. I've seen that image quite frequently where it's like a guy in the desert and he's like dying of thirst and there's two signs and it said water 1 kilometer and then water 1 mile and then he goes down the 1 mile because he doesn't know what a kilometer is, but he realized it's shorter. Anyways, yeah, I think that's funny. I used Menu System Pro because it integrates well with EMS, so I do not have to worry about saving world partition actors or spatially loaded actors at runtime. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Okay, so take a swig of my... Well, that's done. Oh yeah. Okay, I think that's all we need, honestly, for Melee. Anything else for Melee? Anybody that you guys can think of? Because we got, on the defaults, we got name, we got an image, we got a class ref of it, stack size of 1, item type will be... oh, I didn't put that in the thingamabob here. Item type. One more, we'll call it melee. So if you move any of these around, usually it screws stuff up, so we'll just double check. I don't think I've said anything except for health. So if we go back into the health one now, I bet you it'll be messed up. Oh, it's not messed up. Oh, because I didn't compile, I guess? Or save, or what? Okay, it didn't mess it up, good. That's happened to me before, though, where it's messed it up. Maybe they changed that in 5.7, because that's what I'm in right now, so... okay, that's good. No one else has said anything about the melee thing, so I think that's fine. So, alright, so we'll close all those. We've made one for sidearm for a rifle. We'll make a, can you... I was just curious, can you make a data asset from this? Wouldn't that be convenient? Anyways, I guess not. Miscellaneous, data assets. PDA, melee weapon. New data asset in DA. We'll say melee. We'll just find something random in there. Hack speed for melee. Sure, yeah, we can do that. Melee data. We'll say swing rate. Make that a float, and we'll just set it 1 as default. Okay, bone socket, we don't know. Bone sockets, all the weapons will have different sockets, so I'll just leave that alone. Okay, we got all that. We had a sidearm rifle, melee, health pack, and what was the other thing? Oh, grenade. Sure, we'll do miscellaneous, data asset, PDA. I mean, you can make another one called throwable. PDA, whoops. Throwable data. Okay, and then you would add, you know, base damage. Which would be a float, and probably that's it for throwables. Oh, you know, we'll say impact effects. And then that could be, you know, a cascade. Particle system component? Usually that means it's in the component window. Is that correct? Maybe just particle system? It contains Chad, is this the right one? I don't know. I mean, we can change it after. We're not going to get into it today anyway, so... okay, so we'll make that particle system, and, what else would be static data that we could put in here? Oh, radius? That'll be a float, and then I can move some stuff up, can I? Reorder? There we go. Reorder there. There we go. Okay, yeah, I think that'd be it for throwables. Like, getting all of our data here. We're, like, gonna basically turn this into, like, a whole sub-series here. So, anyways, we'll make another data asset now. Miscellaneous. Data assets. PDA underscore throwable data. This will be DA grenade. Okay, there's all of our items. We can organize these into folders now. Enums. Move here. We'll make a new folder and call this PDAs. Move here. And new folder, data assets. Here. We're gonna clean up our redirectors now. Done. Okay, so we finished that. Now we need to test if our thing actually works. That's the whole point of this. So in our inventory, we got to first add it to our player character, which in this, whoops, I pushed something weird and I'm in wireframe. There we go. Third person blueprints. There's our third person character. We don't need that. Actually, you know what? We'll leave it in there. It's just nice to be able to debug it or set up a debug before all this stuff happens. Push Control E to open up that character. We will add inventory to our character. Okay. We will set our inventory size, which is at 12 items. There's no items in here, which is funny by default, but we can add some. Let's add, you know, rifle 1, current index of 0. Yeah, I guess you got to set that, hey, or keep an eye on that. That's the only downside to that one thing. So yeah, that's index 0. Index 1 will have the sidearm, or the, yeah, there we go. 1, and this will be index of 1. This will be, you know, melee. 1 and index of 2. 2 health pack, quantity 5, index 3. Okay. So that's to compile. We should hit play now, and then if we hit our number 1, it should print our string. There it is. There's all of our inventory stuff. Okay, so the inventory works. Hooray! Well, it works in that regard. It doesn't work in terms of adding items to the thing yet. So, but we're gonna do the inventory next. We have half an hour left. Ish. I mean, I might go over a little bit, but I probably could pump out at least the inventory screen before we come back next time. I melee down later, yeah. We'll melee you down later. Okay, so let's open up our content drawer, make a new folder for UI. Let's make a widget blueprint. And widget blueprint, this will be the item slot. Okay. Item can have spaces because organization sucks. Okay, item slot, we'll open that up. Super basic for this. We're going to... Just having a thought here. Shoot. Borders only can have 1 children, right? Or 1 child. Yeah. Can a size box have multiples? Nope. Overlay, I think is what we'll do. Yeah, because so the first thing you put on here on a widget has to always have multiple children on it, basically, especially if you're making something, right? We're gonna change this to desired or custom, and we'll make these 100 by 100 slots. I think that actually might be too big. 50 by 50 maybe then. Okay. Okay, so for this image, we're gonna need a border. Put a border on, and then we can set this to fill the whole thing. And the content we want to be centered. Padding, let's do 5. Oh, that's the content padding. Yeah, for sure. Let's maybe add 5 padding here. Maybe that's too much. 1, 2, 3, 3. No, I don't want padding. I want an outline, actually, so we'll take the padding off. Okay, brush. We are going to draw as a rounded box. So you can either do a circle, or we can go to the outline settings, go to the... Oh yeah, outline width. 5. Maybe 3, and then we'll make the alpha not 0. Okay, let's, I don't know, kind of kind of a color we want on our thing. How about like military green? Ugh. Where's military green? It's more yellowy. Yeah, it's kind of like that color. There we go. Military green for a weapon. Ugh. Brush color. Black. Do we want a little see-through? Do we want... Yeah, let's do that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Do we want circle or do we not want circle? That's the... So in that case, we'll do a fixed radius, and I wish you could just do all of these at once. 10 seems pretty good. Okay, there, that's our thing. The only thing we need to add now is an image, which will be our texture 2D for our... Actually make this less. 1. Why aren't you going down? 0? Okay. Fill it. Oh no, this will be fine. Won't it? Yeah, but we should put this in a size box. So the image, or scale box, sorry. Scale box. So the image is always the same size, or it scales it down to be the same size. So I'll put that on the... Oh yeah, the border can only have one child, so I gotta do it this way. Wrap with scale box. Okay, this is gonna be called item image. Okay, scale box. This will fill, but we'll have like 2 padding. 3, 5, 35. 5 look like. Sure. And they're all going to be PNG, so if it overlaps the border a little bit, sure, it looks fine. This is going to be centered. The scale box we want... let's see, scale to fit. Slot, border, slot, yeah, that's all right. Scale to fit both directions. Yes, let's go down only. Maybe we can take that padding away then. Sorry, I lied. We'll put that padding back. Okay, so item image. Okay, we'll only scale down. The only problem with this is if the image, I guess when you design your images, because if your image is like a wide rifle, it's gonna like squish it, right? So when you design, I'll just show you guys on my program here, because I show you stuff outside of Unreal as well. Okay, I'll open my program. So when you're designing stuff, actually, I'll open my Tarkov thing if that's available here. See recents. No, I gotta open it somewhere. Open. I'll find it here. Tarkov. I do lots of designy stuff. Probably not that. Did I put it in here by accident? What did I say? Tarkov. Nothing. Let's just search my whole thing. Tark. No items. Okay, well, I don't know where it is. That's interesting. Yeah, I made a thing where, I'll find it here. I made a thing where, it's like icons for, is it weapons? Oh no, that's something, actually that's a good example. I'll just do that. So here's all the weapon things I made, which are available to coffee members for free, by the way. Yeah, so I made all of these weapons, and made them white and made them black, whatever. When you design these, so you see how all of these have a actual box, like a full box around them like that. It's not just like, I've put boxes around them so when they export, that box, even though it's transparent, you can't see it, it's still caching that data. So if it tries to squish it, it's going to see, or scale it down, it's going to see that, oh, this is this wide, so it's not going to, like, squish it in. If that makes sense? So, yeah, everybody. So that's what I would do. Okay, Niagara system or emitter if you want to go old school. When I'm working on the car because it cushions my knees on the concrete. You're talking about, oh, level load padding, I see. You guys are funny. All right, streams, go back to my thing here. Okay, so that's our image, and then we need to add, I've done this a couple times before, but we need to add basically a number, whether we want to do that with another border or not. Maybe we do, just to keep it, you know, interesting looking. So we'll add it to the overlay. We will, let's align it here. Content is centered, and then sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why it looks, oh, the padding right here, that's why. So we'll do a padding of 4. Okay. Maybe a padding of like 8. Is that too much? Yeah, that'll be fine. Then we'll do draw as a rounded box, and that's perfect, little circle there. The content color will be white because we don't want our things to be a different color, but the brush color, I don't know, yeah, like, sure, that color. Why not? Okay, looks a little low quality, but it'll be fine. We're gonna add some text to that. And this will be the item quantity. Okay. I think we're gonna need a scale box on this as well. Wrap with scale box. Padding. How do we scale to fit both directions? If I take the padding away, what happens? Okay, that happens. Okay, 8's fine. I just gotta scale this, I guess, down. Yeah, content. That. And is it just because this is huge? Font. Yeah, that actually would be why. So, but this should be big-ish. And this should just be a number. Let's put 99 in there. And size. I don't think that does anything. Yeah, cool. And it's always like a little bit of trial and error with these UI things, hey? Let's do 0 then. 0 padding. Maybe we'll make this like 10. Actually, maybe 8. Okay, no, 10. Sorry, I see what's going on here. And then justification center. And I think I need to do it in the scale box. Content. They don't have content padding in here, hey? What about border? Oh, okay, I see. Oh no, sorry, that's that one. This one is centered. This is one of those times you'd probably have to use the offset. We'll go down here to render transform, and then we'll just translate this. Probably like 0.5 and 0.5. Can we add some more padding? Scale to fit. Yes, scale to you know what? I don't think a scale box is what we need. I think we need a replace with a size box, which you can't do. So we're gonna replace with child and then wrap with a size box. I think that's probably the better way to go. Size box, and we're gonna do 10 and 10. No, that's not what we want. We want 25. 5. That's too big too. 20? Sure. Still kind of lame-ish in terms of can you add padding now to the size box? You can. Okay, so let's add a padding of like 5. Let's center this and context. We get rid of this now. No, it still looks like garbage. Why is it way down there? Is it the justification for vertically is garbage or what? Or do we get rid of all the padding? Let's add like maybe some top padding. 2, 1, 1 looks pretty good. Right padding of but is this gonna look good for the other numbers? That's the other thing we gotta keep in mind. Oh, whoops. That looks center-ish. Okay, let's put some other numbers in here. Let's see what it looks like. 1, how about like 5? It looks pretty good. It's passable, right? Let's position this border. Yeah, we'll do padding. So we'll do padding on the right of like 2, padding on the bottom of like 2, something like that. So it's just not right up against the corner. All right, looks pretty good. All them sharp corners. Well, yeah. You gotta have just the right amount of padding though. Too much looks sloppy and it gets hard to see the details. Too little though isn't great either. Create icon texture image chips from any 3D asset in project. Icon texture image. Yeah, right. I'm not sure what you mean, Tommy. Sorry, create icon textures image chips from any 3D asset in project. Yeah, just if you wouldn't mind clarifying that, then I can answer that question or deal with that. Okay, so that's our slot. We're gonna hit compile. Let me just look at my notes because I know that there's some specific things. Yeah, because I can like search my notes for anytime I say the word inventory, which is a lot by the looks of things. Drag and drop inventory with data assets. What I was looking at. I'm just gonna search my folders because I know exactly where the thing is that I'm looking for here, which is a inventory UI page. There it is. Okay. Oh yeah, right. This reminded me that I got to create a control for opening the menu, which is true. So we'll go to content. We already have one called inputs, actions, new input action. I open menu. Okay, there it is. I don't think we need to do anything with this. Yeah, that's it. So open the menu, then we'll go to the IMC default. And default keys, mappings, we'll add one for open inventory, and that'll be tab. Save. Okay. We'll put that in the character after. We'll go to the graph now. I've made that. Oh, you know what I don't have on here, which is actually a good point, is a mouse button. Can you do on-clicked for... Sorry, I guess we gotta set some variables here. The item image and the item quantity are both gonna be variables. And this border, which we'll rename Quan border, will also be a variable because we're gonna hide this when we don't have more than one object. Okay, and that is all that we need to make a variable. However, sorry, this was saying a mouse button. Yeah, can the image be... You on-clicked on image. Where is my thing? I probably closed it to screenshot some stuff. Window. It says it's open. Where is it? Oh, it's down here. I usually put it over here because it's the same as makes it the same as everywhere else, right? Advanced. You cannot do on-clicked for an image, so we have to put a button in. So instead of this, instead of this border, place with button? Of course not. Place with child. Wrap with button. Item button. Call it. Okay, there it is. How does this look? Like garbage. Style. Normal. Let's do draws around a box. Perfect. Outlines. The width maybe like 0.1. I don't know. Is that what the issue is? No, it's not. What does this look like? Do I have to do this? Draws around a box, fixed radius, half width. There we go. But again... Oh, no, that's right. Oh, the outline is the same color as the button, that's why. Which we made military green. That color. Okay. See my work here. Let's go. Outline, corner radius. Why is it not updating? Brush tint, rounded box. The tint of this button will be, we said it will stay this color. Okay, cool. Alright, why isn't this changing? I mean, vital, in my honest opinion, but I think it's a shared opinion these days. You're talking about... I'd fill the size box with the text box, then another text box, text font settings, set the alignment. That way, no matter what text, yeah, didn't I look at that? Didn't it not? Because this is centered, but there's no vertical center, which is what was screwing me up here. Letter spacing, blah, 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 blah. Font sucks, but it's the only one in the engine, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why it's not centered. Transform policy, nope. Interesting. Anyways. Alright, we got item image. That looks super wrong. Is it because the padding's all weird now with this button? Is that why this button looks super weird too? If I fill it doesn't do anything. Rounded box. Rounding type. Half height radius, use brush transparency. What the hell? Why is this not working? Is there overlay have padding for children? Nope. It's crazy how some things have padding and some things don't. I think it maybe has to do if it's a panel or something like that, maybe. Scale box. Oh, okay. So here's some weird padding. Let's get rid of that. Item image. We'll do that. Which is in a scale box. Which scale to fit down only. Button. If I add padding, like if I go like 5, does that make it? Oh, okay, just does that for the image. Okay, so that's the overlay slot. But why does this not work? This is the one thing about the UI. This UI thing, it just drives me crazy. It's like nothing is the same. Everything has like its own little different thing. Run into a few repadding myself. Like, how does it happen there? It could be genetics. Yeah, because is it anything else? Maybe it's this? No, I was thinking maybe that was affecting the overlay as some variety, maybe. By the way, the overlay will need to be visible. Well, no, this won't be focusable. That'll be the actual menu. Normal. Wouldn't be image size because we're not drawing it as an image. I'm gonna do image and change it back to rounded box, but it's still rounded. I don't know. Half height radius, fixed radius. Oh, what the hell? Sorry, my brain must not be working properly today. I don't know. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Okay, well that's that, but it's not exactly the width we want, is it? That could be fine for whoever if you don't want it to be a perfect box. Normal. Why is it not a perfect box, everybody? What the frick is happening here? The UI stuff can be really confusing, widgets within widgets. Oh, dude, right? So scale box. It's literally the button because the overlay is the size we want. And then the button Okay, that's what we got to do. Okay, so that's what we got to do, and then we're going to hold shift and copy this, and then hold shift and then sorry, it's right click, shift left click to copy, and then shift shift right click to copy, shift left click to paste. So we're gonna do that, and then for hovered we'll just change the tint to like, oh, I like how the tint color is like not even the color we chose. But yeah, it would be a bit of a lighter color, something like that. Pressed, we'll do maybe more of a blue in this case. Sure. Okay, so we'll do that. Everything else disabled. I don't think we're gonna have it be disabled. Oh, unless it's gonna be the hotbar, because we can reuse this for the hotbar, right? So disabled tint. I just think we just make it a gray, like overall gray. Draw as a box. Sure. Okay, we can test this widget out by using not the widget reflector, but we can open our thing and we can go do our UI and we can go to this, right click, preview. It's gonna give you some errors and you're gonna say apply fix and then it's gonna work. So there, that's our button. Okay, so our button works pretty good. And is there an enabled option here? I don't think there is. There's not, but that's fine. So yeah, that's how big it's gonna be. Maybe we make it bigger. What do you think? Maybe 100 was fine. Okay, so we'll get out of this preview and we'll set the height and width to 100 by 100, and we'll make sure this is gonna fill. Scale box will fill. But we'll add like 1 padding or 2 or maybe. That's gonna look awful, actually, when it's gonna be the actual weapons. Anything else that has padding that's gonna affect this? Scale. Doesn't look that way. Box. What if we do fill? We'll do both. Yeah, we'll work with this after. Because the item for the scale box is that big, but yeah, I don't know. That's gonna be super weird. All right, well, we'll figure that out. We don't have any graphics in right now, so which maybe we can add a couple just to get going here. So I'll make a new folder, call it assets. That thing I literally just was talking about, the weapons thing, I'll just add a couple of weapons from there. So that's inside my vault of assets. UI, FPS UI, we'll do white. Yeah, we'll do white. So we got ammo. You can add all these in. Okay, and then white equipment, we have a health pack, so we'll add the health pack in here. And we have a grenade, so we'll add that in there. Oops. Break that in. Weapons, we'll do the, you know, we'll do this Glock, and we'll do this LMG, I guess. What else do we have in here? Health pack, grenade. Oh, something melee. I don't have anything melee related, actually. Correct? I mean, we can use these bolt cutters as the melee weapon. That would be frickin' savage if someone did that. So we'll do these bolt cutters. Okay. So now we can just test this out and see what happens. Item image. Let's type in white because they all say something white, so there they are. Bolt cutters. See, that looks like garbage. Why does that look like garbage? Because we told it to look like garbage. Draws an image. If I center it, that doesn't do anything. So the scale box is what's going to be doing all of this, right? So if I center this, nothing happens. If I go scale to fit, nothing happens. Scale to fill, nothing happens. If I go down only, nothing happens. Scale to fit. Stay on both. Maybe it's the item button. Nope, that's not gonna work. Item style. I was just thinking if we put the item image here, but that wouldn't, it would make the button look all screwy. We want everything to look like the same size. How do we make this not look like crap, everybody? I'm not at the point of doing this yet for my game. I just came for the familiarity with it, and you're doing a good job through your attempts. Thanks. Moving musicals. Thanks a lot. Oh, and yeah, we hit 4,000 subs already, so that's great. Thanks everybody for that, by the way. I found that once starting thinking UI widgets like layers in a PowerPoint slide starts making sense on how things are put together. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, for sure. For me, it's just like you kind of work down the hierarchy in a sense. And then the top bit is always usually related to its parent, so, but why does this... See, I knew that the image was going to look like garbage. Is it because this button... It might be because we're doing this. If I do custom on screen... No, just custom's fine. It is something to do with this item image, I believe. Yeah, so we have to center it. That's what you have to do. Okay, so you have to center it. Looks good. And we can just try a couple more other ones out here just to see how it looks. Let's do the grenade. Grenade looks really good. Looks really good, right? Okay, so we got what we were looking for. Yeah, so the pistol, you can see that I had to draw these extra boxes that are invisible on this thing, specifically for the pistols, because the pistols are so small. And what was the other one? I think it was the sniper rifle and the P90, like all these small ones. It stretched them out, right? So this would literally be filling the whole thing, and it would look really gross. So I had to add these like borders around them so that it maintained its shape. So when you're designing stuff, yeah, think about that kind of stuff. Pistol, that's fine. I mean, this could be bigger. I don't know why we can't. Maybe if I had some padding, actually, to the top and bottom. But would that make everything look stupid? I don't know. Well, we'll try it. We'll try 2. No, that won't work. So even if I center it, yeah, whatever, it's fine, it works. Okay, so that's the slot. Now for the logic. Is this inside? It is. Okay. Here's the logic. I'll share it with you guys. So yeah, pre-construct, and then we're gonna get our. This is the data table row. So like I haven't made an inventory page and like saved it since like my original. So this is getting the data table row, but we're gonna get the data asset instead, and we're going to expose the data asset on spawn so that we can set it, and then it's available to us, and then we just set all the data here, right? And then this is item image, blah blah blah. It's gonna be exactly the same as this. So we're gonna set the texture, we're gonna set the quantity text, and then we're checking if the quantity text is like equal or less than, or sorry, equal or less than, yeah, not equal or less than 1, and then if that's true, then we're gonna unhide this, right? And then if it is 1 or less, then that means we don't need to bother with it. We're gonna hide it. Okay. This is handy because we're gonna replace this with a validate get. If the data asset is not valid, we're gonna come out of it and we're gonna set the brush texture as nothing, the image texture is nothing, and hide it. Right? Because we're going to clear that data, and then we're going to make sure that we notify that the slot is empty. Okay? So, graph, variables, we need slot empty. We need the inventory, sorry, I guess, item, we'll call it, and that'll be the S inventory item. Okay? I just realized, can we set... We told it... we told our struct that it's looking for this, but does that work for the children as well, or does it have to be specific? Let's try it out. Actually, no, it did work. Yeah, it did work, because we set all of these in the player as all the things. Okay, so it does work. Okay, so back in where were we? Item slot? Okay, so we're going to get rid of these. You do not need to run off of event tick. You don't need to do binds or anything like that in this because it's only going to update when you make changes to it or drag it around or whatever the case is. Okay. Can I ask, I want to make 2 buttons, one load, first person character, second VR. Where do I have to put the logic in the BP of every character, player controllers, or game instance? I'm so confused. One, you want to make 2 buttons, one to load the FPS character, and second, load the VR, question mark? Yeah, all of your general controlling should be going in your player controller. That way, if you change controllers, or change pawns, then your player controller still has all the logic in there. Oh, okay, so... Yeah, generally speaking, the player controller is where you should put all of your input logic. For the reason I just said, because like if you change pawns, if you change to different characters, if you change to like a mini game, or whatever the case is, if you change to a mini game, you're probably going to use a different IMC anyway. But yeah, you're going to put that in your player controller. It's hard to me, but I understand you. Okay, so that's yeah. If it's easier to type what you want in Google Translate in whatever language you're comfortable in, translate, post it. We can work with it. I have a conflict with IMC too. Yeah, so if IMC has to be implemented in anything that is expected to run the player controller. You also have to have it in the player controller, but I believe you have to have it in your player as well. If you don't here, then... Okay, sorry. I retract that statement. So a basic character with a controllable orbiting third-person camera. And in here, there's nothing to do with the IMC, so that's in the player controller, which I had open earlier, but I closed it. Third-person, blueprints, player controller. Player controller! Okay, is local player controller, whatever. Here's where you add your IMC. So if you add your IMC, that means that these controls will work now. Or it's expecting these, it's loading this map context to use for your controls. So that goes in your player controller. If you want, you can add another IMC, and I can't remember if you can remove IMC. Remove? You can. Okay, remove IMC. So if you are doing a minigame, like I just said, you would add IMC for the minigame and maybe remove this default one, and then you'd be running that IMC, and then when you switch back to your regular player, then you would flip them back, right? Hop in Discord and start a thread for each problem in our Unreal Engine help forum. Yes, Unreal Engine help forum, help everybody. Great place, and I have yet to see a comment or a post in there that has not been replied to by somebody. Maybe 1 or 2. But like there's like 80 or almost 100 posts in there, and like pretty much everybody gets a response. So if you guys are having any issues on your projects, jump in there and we can help you out. Try not to like turn it into a chat room. The idea behind the forum is if somebody's having a similar problem, they can like search for it, especially if it's like a tutorial video of mine, and then they can search for it, and if somebody else had that same problem, then obviously they can work with that, right? So alright, anyways, we're gonna finish this up here. So on pre-construct, yeah, we need this, and then we need, is that it? Image, that looks like that's it. Okay, so first we are going to get the item, and we're going to break it. Is valid. Checking to see if this is valid. It's not valid. We do not have an item assigned to the slot. Okay, so one thing that would actually would be nice. Oh, I see I have a custom event down here as well. We don't need to promote this to a variable because this is going to be local anyway. Or do we? We do, sorry. Instance editable and exposed on spawn, and then we want to... sorry, we don't want to do what I was just thinking because I'm dumb. This should be referenceable in any other blueprint. We can just pull the item out of this specific slot, and then we can do stuff with it, right? The other one I made, quantity. I don't think I need that because it's right there. Basically, I created a custom event here called refresh slot. And this is like if you add items to this slot, if you move items from this slot, if you use items, whatever, we're going to refresh the slot while the inventory is open. So that's what's going to be what this event's going to be for. All we need for this is the item. Yes, just the item. So S inventory item. Okay. This way, wherever we do the refresh slot, whether we're taking items, out of items, whatever the case is, we'll do that before we call this event, and then we'll just send the new data in here, and then we're going to set this item data and rerun this exec. Okay. We'll run refresh item slot even if we remove an item, because this will check, oh, there's no more item, and then we're going to come at it is not valid. We're going to take the item image. We're going to set visibility to hidden, or collapsed, actually. Okay? And then we're going to set slot empty to true, because our slot is now empty. We also, before we, actually we can do this afterwards, the quantity border we're also going to hide, in case it's available and shown. So, sorry, what did I say? Set visibility to collapsed. Okay? So that'll collapse those, but it won't collapse the widget. That's important. We don't want to collapse the widget. We'll still want the widget to be showing stuff. Okay? Let's hit compile. And now we're going to work on it is valid. So is valid, we are going to get the item image, and we are going to set visibility to visible. Yeah, visible. Okay, because if we start the game with everything hidden and then we add items, we want to make sure we unhide it so we can see it. Okay, after that, we are going to set image, set brush from texture. I keep hearing like rustling, and it's my cat licking itself. I hate that sound so much. Anyways, so texture. Now we're going to get our inventory item. We're going to, can I break this and make it neater? No, I can't. So we're just going to split this. From the data asset, we're going to get the text image and plug that in. Okay. Next, we are going to take the item quantity. We'll set item, or sorry, set text here. And it's literally going to be get, oh, sorry, it's going to be quantity, pardon me, right here. Okay, plug that in. Next, we're going to check, does this quantity, is it greater than, or greater than 1, we'll say. Okay, that'll be a branch. If it's greater than 1, then we are going to want to show the quantity border. Sorry, I've set visibility. And this can be visible as well. Visible, again, just means that it's expecting a mouse input, and if we're rolling our mouse around the inventory, we're going to want mouse inputs to be registered on that particular widget, so that's why we're setting them to visible. If you are not expecting mouse inputs or interacting with this at all, then make sure you set it to not hit testable. Either self and all children if this particular UI widget has children, so like if I did this on item button, then it would also apply to the scale box and the image. Okay, if I just do self only, then it would only affect this, but not the children. Okay. So yeah, and then collapsed means that the entire widget is going to not take up any space in the UI anymore. It's going to just basically disappear, which is really handy if you have, like, for example, my status system, my status effects. I have that in my health bar, and I have every single possible status effect that you can have, but they're all set to collapse. And then if you get burned or poisoned or whatever, then we just show the burn status or the poison status, and then that becomes not hit testable self and all children, and we only see that particular status, but all the statuses that you could possibly have in the game are in the health bar already. So it's already basically pre-set up to take up space. But yeah, if you select collapse, it'll collapse all of them. It doesn't take up any space. Hidden does the opposite. Hidden maintains the space in the widget that you want. Okay. Mission Impossible music plays in the foreground. Reference to self, set not visible. Yeah. I wish I could change visibility of things IRL. Yeah, right. Are you familiar with GASP? Gameplay ability system. Is that what I meant? Is that I thought it was just gas. But yes, I am what's it called? Familiar with it. I don't know it yet. I'm learning it because I need it in my game. So, I never yeah, I haven't got into it yet because you need to know C++. So, there's a lot of shit I need to learn here, not a lot of time. So, yeah, it's in the cards here. But oh, one thing I want to show you guys in the Discord that I keep telling myself I need to show you guys. If you guys don't know, where is it here? It's in resources. Here it is. So yeah, if you guys don't know, there is a resource available on Epic's documentation page, and it's... Where did you go here? Here we go. It's a flowchart, and I'll bring it over so we can see. So it's a flowchart. It tells you how Unreal initializes itself. So if you ever get access non-errors for your player or access non-errors for your controller, reference this graph. So as soon as you simulate your game, it's going to, or even create your project, like launch your engine, it's going to create a game instance. It's the first thing it creates, and that game instance stays in memory until you close your game or close your engine. Okay, it loads the level, so it loads the level that you have in your startup map or in your game map or whatever. Then it's going to load the game mode, and it loads all of these things. I don't know the exact order it actually loads these things, because some of these things I think have to load before the actual thing loads, like you'll see in the player in a second. But yeah, it loads the game mode and all the game states, player state, everything like that. Then it moves to the player, and I think it loads all these first. Loads the HUD, loads the controller, loads the pawn class, all the default pawns, the movement components. I think the animation, yeah, the animation graph as well. So sometimes in your animation graph, you'll get an access non-error for your player, and that's probably because it's initializing the character classes and the animation graphs before actually initializing your player. Okay, so that's why you try get player pawn. That's why that node exists, because obviously this happens. Okay, and then obviously then it loads your gameplay. Okay, so that's the flow of things. If you want this chart, it's in my Discord in the resources. It's go under the resources tab and just scroll down a bit. It'll say you need this flow chart. So yeah, very handy thing to have. Okay, so let's have a look here. Close the Discord for now. I'm a little over my time. I like to get off at 2 so I can spend time with my kid and stuff, but we'll go over a little bit and get this finished. So refresh slot. This all looks great. Hit compile. Oh, and we should add slot not empty to the end of this as well. But it should go before this branch. Okay, there it is. So, slot not empty. Perfect. Okay, is that it for this? Yes, okay, so that's it for this. This is done. When we're going to do the inventory grid now. So, we will go to content, UI, make another widget interface here, blueprint, user interface widget blueprint called widget blueprint inventory grid. So we make a grid because we want to be able to reuse this not just in our inventory page, but if you make another, like for example, I made one for if you're interacting with a barrel in the world that has an inventory in it, I want to open that inventory menu, but I want my inventory and the barrel's inventory side by side because we're going to be doing drag and dropping, right? So that's another menu that I would make. So now I have an inventory grid and I can reuse that in both of those instances and have it function separately from the actual player's inventory. So we'll open this up. I believe this isn't that complicated. It looks like it's just a border, a scroll box, and a box grid. You could also do or did I just call it box grid? I don't know, we'll figure it out. So, border. Put that on. This is going to be, if I recall correctly, fill, no padding. Let's draw it as a rounded box because I like that, and rounded box fixed, and we'll do like 5. That look? Can't even see. I don't. Did I even do anything? Let's fix the brush color to my favorite off black. Okay, so it's got to be much higher. Fill screen. Sure. We'll fill screen. Padding. Let's do padding of 20. Okay, for the content. Brush color. We'll do 50 for this. Okay, outline. No outline, I think that's fine. Perfect. Okay, so that's the border. Next, we're going to do a scroll box. Scroll box, we're going to fill. Yeah, we'll fill. By padding a 20, that looks aight. Maybe we'll do some more padding on the top. Let's do some more padding all around here, actually. 40, and then more top padding. We'll do like 80, just because, or maybe even 100, because we want to put like, you know, a text up here. If you want other things in here, then you can pad this some more. Let's do right padding of 150 as well. Make that 300 or 500. Sure, and then you can have like a little item window here if you wanted. We're not going to get into that, but it's in my original inventory series if you guys do want that. Okay, so that's the scroll box. In the scroll box, we need a grid panel. Okay. This should fill the whole thing. Yes. That seems right. Or do we want... No, we want this. We want to start it here and then build it this way. And we'll, so this is here. I did it the old-fashioned way, my old thing. But this tells you how many columns to have and how many whatever the hell to have. But this wasn't working for me before, so I couldn't figure it out. So I just went back to my old way of just doing it manually. Let's see here. Okay, so here's the grid box. So display inventory. This is going to be an event we call in our HUD class. We're going to check. Yeah, so slots we get. This is the item, I believe. Oh yeah, the inventory system. For slots. Oh, I see. Sorry. This is going to be our widget slots that we're adding, and we're checking if index 0 is valid, meaning does this exist yet? And if it doesn't, it's going to create all the widget slots. Okay. And then we're going to transfer our inventory data to this. And we'll do all this. I'll explain all that as we go. And then if we run this again, if we run display inventory again, and we check is index 0 valid, true. Now we're going to just reset our inventory, get the content, and then we're just going to update everything. We're going to hit that refresh slot that that we made, right? Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Let's go compile. And that should work. Let's go graph. When you interact with the container, it shows both inventory UI. Yeah, I had to make a separate menu for that, though. Here, I'll show you a picture of it. Inventory... interacting... Was it in the drag and drop thing here? One sec. Yeah, this is like, again, this is my personal, like, notebook from systems I've created, so I can reference it anytime like this and like, remember what I did. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is just a picture example. So, I made this new. This is my inventory. I only had one in there, whatever, but, you know, normally I'd have 24 or 30 or whatever it is. So I made a separate one where it shows my inventory menu with the scroll bar and then the other inventory menu. So I had 2 different inventory components that I needed for this, right? So that's why I had to make a separate menu for it. And then when I open my normal menu, it opens up like my full menu with like all the tabs on the top that you can like switch to your map, switch to your whatever the hell. This is in my game, right? So, anyways, go back right here. Craft systems. Not that one. Sorry, which one was I on? Drag and drop, drag and drop. Oh, inventory page. That's the one I was on. Okay, so this started here. That's pre-construct, and this is the thing. Okay, so we need to make a custom event. You know what? Yeah, we'll just custom event. Display inventory. Okay, looks like it needs an input of a inventory. Which will be a BPC inventory component object reference. Okay. We're going to promote this to a variable so that we have access to it. Okay, because we want to set it in here. We're going to use it a couple of times. Then we'll make a variable for our widget slots, which let's do create widget, and let's select our widget blueprint. God damn it. Item slot. Okay. We'll create that, and then I'm going to promote this to a variable, and then I'm just going to delete it right away, because I just want that, and then this is going to be an array. Okay, this will be item slot widgets, we'll call it. Just keep it organized. Okay, first we're checking to see if this has got a valid index. Is index 0 valid? Is there any data in this array? Okay, because remember the way we built our items as well is we had them remove an index, right? And then it shuffles everything up when the index is removed. So this should stay the same. Okay. So we'll start with false. If it's false, we need to do a for each loop out of our inventory. So we're going to get our inventory component. We're going to get items, and then we're going to get a for each loop, which again, it doesn't work with the shortcuts anymore. I don't know why that was disabled. Like the best shortcut ever. Okay. Out of false. So we're doing this because we do not want to create the widgets more than once. Okay. So I mentioned it a short the other day. You don't want to create a bunch of extra widgets when you don't need to. Something like an inventory, you're going to access all the time, so it's better to just create the widgets that you need and then just update them. Because what that can lead to, a lot of people were saying you can just set the widget as nothing and then the garbage collection clears it out. That's true. However, if you do that a bunch of times, that can cause memory fragmentation. So you don't want to do that a lot. If you guys don't know what memory fragmentation is, basically your memory works in blocks, and if you delete items from a block, so maybe that takes up a bunch of blocks or maybe 1 or 2 blocks or whatever, if it deletes an item from that block, then that block is now free. But if you want to build something or add something else to memory, if you have 70 blocks that are just randomly spread out, throughout your memory and that are not being used, then you have an item that takes 70 blocks. Your memory can't run that item or can't process that item because it doesn't have enough sequential blocks to run that item. That's what memory fragmentation is. So that's why you generally don't want to constantly be deleting or destroying stuff. And it's better to especially widgets, just better to reuse them, right? And that's the same thing why we use an object pool pattern, because we don't want to constantly spawn and then destroy actors and then possibly create memory fragmentation if you're going to be spawning a lot of them. It's better to reserve a chunk of blocks in memory and of items or projectiles or footprints or whatever and just reuse those blocks, right? Okay. When you interact with the container, it shows both inventory UI. Yeah, to answer that. Yes, your player actor and the container actor have its own inventory component attached. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we just checking what we do here. We create it, we set an index, we insert it, we add to the grid. Okay, so this is going to go right in there because that's the item from our thing. Yeah, item ID and quantity. Oh, it's set them separately, but we have it set in this struct. Why did I set it separately? Set there. I think just to clean it up. Yeah, there's no point in doing that. So we're gonna leave it as is. We do want to do something with this index. Inventory index. It's also set in here, right? We'll break this for a sec. Yeah, okay, so that saved a lot of, just by adding this to this struct, that's actually saved a lot of time. So that's great. But we do need to set the inventory index. So that was one thing we didn't make in this guy. The reason we're doing this is because if we want to reference this later, we want to know what index this belongs to. Okay, so if we say, hey, we want to use item in index number 5, we can pull that straight from this item slot, and then we can plug that into basically whatever we want, right? So we can say, hey, use item from slot, or in the inventory, we're going to do this with index number blah blah blah, right? So that's just a good way to do that. We're going to expose this on spawn and make it instance editable, and then we'll plug it right in here. So we'll go back to the grid. We will compile and then refresh this, because then we'll get access to that guy. Okay, so we will plug the index in right there. Okay, or actually, what we can do instead, cancel this. We will just set it right here. Well, it'll be set already. Yeah, it'll be set already, but we can just set it just to pull it out and make it easy. So we'll set it here, we'll break this, and current index. Yeah, I'm just thinking for later, like, just accessing that information, it'll be easier to just do this instead of get item, you know, break, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, just cleaner. Okay, grid. Okay, we'll do that. We don't need to set the inventory index because we will do that when we... or it's set in here. Then we need to grab our item slot widgets, and we need to add. We're going to add this widget to the array. Okay. And also, this item array index will match the item, like this current index, right? The reason it matches is because our items in our inventory component were assigned an index when it was put into that slot, right? So in index number 0, we have this item, and that's its index. And then so the first one it's going to run is index 0, so these will always match. So that's kind of a handy thing there. Okay. What we need, though, is we need to get the grid box, which I did not make a... What was this supposed to be? Nothing? I needed to create something. Oh, you know what? I created it in the intention of making it this, and then nothing worked out, so never mind. Okay, so grid panel, we're going to make a variable. We'll just call it grid, just regular grid panel. We don't want to name it anything else weird. Okay, we're going to get a grid panel, and we are going to add child to grid. Okay. And the content is going to be this guy. Okay. The in row and in column, that is where we're going to set how many rows wide and how many rows deep are our what's it called? Our inventory is going to be. So we can make this a variable that we can control. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll come out of here. First, we got to get the divide node. This is going to determine our rows. Okay, so how many rows wide do you want? Let's promote this to a variable. We'll call rows wide. And we'll plug that into rows. Okay, and we'll come out of array index again. We're going to get a % integer. This is going to get the remainder after the rows. And so the way it'll work is it'll do this. It'll add 6 rows. Once it's added 6 rows to that column, then it's going to say, okay, how many there, you know, we're going to add a column now. Okay. And this is going to determine how many columns we get to add. So we'll say columns high. Whoops. Okay, columns high. And this is going to plug into the in columns. Yeah, so it'll do 6, it'll start another column, it'll do 6, start another column, it's gonna keep going and doing that until we run out. So the percent is basically like, take what's left over. So if there's not exactly 6, it's still going to run the column until it runs out of indexes left, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's hit compile. We'll make this instance editable. Can't parse default false rows wide wet. I don't know what parse means. I don't know if anybody in chat knows what that means. How do you feel about importing all your weapons and stats with a CSV? Yeah, you can do that. I just think it's more work, to be honest, unless you want to keep a document for your team to reference, like what the damage everybody has, so people can design stuff. That's totally fine. I think that's relevant. Yeah, you can totally add that in. Okay, so apparently these don't work. Can't parse default values. What? Can I copy this error? I have no effing idea what that means, so I'm gonna look it up right now. Unreal Engine 5 can't parse default value. It arises when Unreal Engine encounters an issue interpreting the default value assigned to the variable, often within a blueprint structure. You know what? Maybe if it was not 0, maybe if it was like minimum 1 and 1, because maybe it's like 0, 0, we're not building anything, right? That was the issue. Cool. All right. Alright, so I won't worry about that right now. But yeah, so that's how we add a child to grid. Then we are going to set the padding for said child. Okay, so set padding. This is a grid slot specific node. Okay, so that's why I grabbed it out of here, because it's a grid slot object reference. Okay, we can break this, I guess, or split it. And what do I have in here? 10, 4, 4, and 4. Okay. So hit compile. That will be enough to get it to create, but it won't update it yet. So we'll just do that quick, as it won't take that long. Okay, so first off, we need to get the inventory system again. We literally need this exact thing. So we're going to copy, paste this up here. Okay, loop body is all we need to do is get our slots right here. And we need to get a copy, and then the index we want to plug in is right there. So we're going to get the exact slot in the exact index for the item. Okay. Then we're going to refresh slot. Okay. Remember we made that in the other slot item there. Okay. We'll plug item in so we get the freshest, most up-to-date data for our items. Okay. I believe that is all. That is all. Okay, so, I mean, I can comment box all this. It says refreshes item data when opening. Brother. Light. Thanks. Refreshes item data when open inventory again. Okay, so let's see here. Then this creates item slots when opening inventory. Oops, inventory for the first time and sets data. Okay, that's what that's doing. And this checks if slots exist. What this is doing. Okay, there we go. We'll hit compile. I don't think I did anything in here. This just hides number if less than 1. This sets slot data, and this hides image and number if slot is not valid. Okay. Perfect. We'll just comment box this runs when slot is used, changed, we'll say. Okay, perfect. All right, so that's the inventory grid. I'm not going to do the menu today. I will just show you guys that this works. So in our third person character, oh, sorry, you know what we need still is a HUD class. So we're going to right click and go to blueprint class, all classes, HUD. We're going to create a HUD blueprint class because it's the HUD is C++ by default. So we'll just say, we'll just say HUD class. I always name it like that. Next, you need to go into your third-person folder, your blueprints, your game mode, and you need to change your HUD class to be the HUD class. Okay, click compile. That doesn't destroy everything because HUD class inherits from the HUD C++ class, so everything will still work fine. Now we can just script certain things to happen inside this HUD class, and we can have all of our widgets talk to each other through the HUD class, and then it keeps, it reduces the amount of things that are I guess dependent on. So kind of think of it like a HUD manager, right? That's what we're creating. Yeah, I actually agree with the data asset data table thing. I don't think that that's gonna work. Yeah, data tables I know can import CSVs, but yeah, data assets cannot. I just like data assets because if people aren't necessarily familiar with coding, but I'm thinking of Azura, obviously. She's not familiar with blueprinting as much, so it's easy enough for her to put something in the world and then be like, look at the data asset name, and it's like, health pack. Well, obviously that's the one I want, and then you select it, and then all the other detail things that I've set up for her are like easy enough for her to use, where she doesn't have to go and open up the blueprint editor and be like, why is this not working, right? Because yeah, editing blueprints for the first time when you're not familiar with it is extremely frustrating, as I'm sure everybody in this chat knows well. Okay, so yeah, I've changed the HUD class. I'm going to open the HUD class now. Okay, just looks like every other blueprint ever. So we're going to go to the event graph. On event begin play, I always create a sequence. And first thing I do is I get a reference to the player with a cast. You know what? No, HUD gets created first, so casting to the player would fail anyway. So we'll do that later. But basically, you get a reference to the player. HUD's always in memory. Player's always in the memory. They're going to be constantly, interacting with each other. It's not a big deal to cast to it and create a reference. Okay, so I've made a couple of videos and shorts saying like, don't do HUD references. In this case, it's fine, right? So, okay, so after that, we need to initiate some widgets. So we'll say widgets. Do we want to make it a function, or do we want to make it? We'll just make it a collapse graph, actually. So yeah, because we're only running it once anyway. So we are going to create widget. Okay. I'm just having a thought here. Normally I would create all of my widgets that are going to be on screen right away. So like your health, your minimap, your any of that kind of stuff, I would create here. Okay. So I'm actually just gonna comment box and say add main widgets. Yeah, add main widgets. That's where you do that. In this case, we're gonna do a custom event. Open inventory. Inventory. Okay, so we're gonna open the inventory. We're going to get an input of the player inventory. You know what? We're not gonna do that. We're gonna do it with an interface. We're gonna make this all proper. It's not gonna matter, to be honest, whether you do with an interface or do this. But just to show you guys again, like the kind of power of that stuff, right? So, okay, so we are opening the inventory. This is gonna change next stream, obviously. This might even be 3 streams, but who knows? I can't stream more than once a week, unfortunately, so, or else I might do tomorrow, but I have my daughter, and I gotta take her to do fun things, because I like being a good dad. So anyways, I don't want to be set visibility to none for dadhood here. Anyways, so we're opening the inventory. We first got to check if the inventory is valid or not. Okay, so we're going to right-click, create widget. And the widget we will create is the inventory grid. So normally, this will be the the inventory menu. So we're not going to create a variable yet, but you would just right click, promote this to a variable, and then put it in front and do the whole validate get thing. Okay, and do that because if the widget is valid, we're going to create it. If it's if it is, sorry, did we do? Yeah. So we have this event display inventory. Okay. So we'll do it now, and we'll just change it after, just to show you guys what to do. So we'll just say, you know, inventory menu. Okay. That's that. We're going to drag this out. We're going to get it. We're going to right click, convert to validate get. It's not valid. We're going to create it, and then we're going to set this. So next time we run this, it'll be valid. It'll have data in there, right? So then we're going to add to viewport. Okay. And then we'll just isval will plug into there, because if it already exists, then we're just going to add it to viewport again. Then we're going to run the display inventory. We might run that before this, actually. Okay. So we're going to display the inventory. It's going to set all the data, then add it to viewport. That's way more optimized. Okay, so for this, let's make an interface. You guys are learning so much Q stuff today. Blueprint, let's make a folder, interfaces. And we'll just say, right click, blueprint, interface, BPI underscore. We'll call it player refs. Player ref, we'll call it. Okay, so we'll open that up. We want to make an output of the player inventory. Okay, so we're going to BPC player inventory object reference. Okay, that's all we need to do here. We're going to exit this, and we're going to go into our player character. We are going to go to class settings. We're going to implement BP player ref, or BPI player ref. Compile, and now in interfaces we have that new function, because my naming convention is so good. Get player inventory. Okay, so we'll hit compile on that again, and now we'll go back to our player. So get player inventory, we're going to double click on that. You'll notice it's white because we made the interface have an output. Okay, that enables us to implement this in wherever the data is that we need. Okay, if you have an output, you are getting data from an actor, so you need to implement the interface into the blueprint where you want the data to come from. So in this case, we want our player's inventory. So in our player character, we are implementing this event, and now we're going to open this, and we're going to grab our inventory and plug it in. Okay, so now anywhere in the engine, I can go, like in our HUD class, for example, I can get player character, and then I can get player inventory message, and I can plug this in right here. Okay, I can plug this in right here, and I can plug this in right here. There's our player's inventory, and now we can plug that into inventory. Okay, so that is how you use outputs for interfaces to keep everything clean and optimized. I'm just going to plug this in here and this in here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so that's nice and clean now. Okay, so now this should work. The only thing we need to do as well is we need to get our player controller. Player controller. Okay, we need to set input mode to UI only. Okay. The widget to focus on, we normally would do this with, the, we'll open up the inventory grid with the menu itself and not this, but we'll do it with this for now. So you just click on the main thing and you check is focusable. Okay, that will make this widget to be able to be focused on when you're in UI only. Go back to the HUD class, we will plug this in now. We will flush our inputs in case we're holding, W or jump or whatever the case is. It'll just get rid of those inputs. Okay, and then one more thing, we need to set show mouse cursor. Okay, so to true. So we're going to show the mouse cursor. And then in our grid, again, this would be in your what's it called? It would be in your menu. Okay, so, but in your menu, you would go to functions. We're going to do all this next stream anyway, so we will go to on key down. We are going to get our player controller. And we are going to get the enhanced local input local player subsystem. That is where you have your IMC data. Okay, so all your controls. So right now we're in UI only, so we're not accepting any controls for anything. Okay, by default, by being in UI only. Okay, from in key event, we're going to get key. Then we're going to drag out of here, and we're going to query keys mapped to action. So we are going to get, I think it's get a copy. Or is it find? Oh yeah, no, it's get, sorry. Okay, so we're going to get a copy. We're going to select the action we're looking for, which is open menu, which is our tab key. Okay, so that's the only one we want to check and see if it's being pushed. Everything else, don't care. I showed in another stream, I think it was, I can't remember what it was, but I made this a blueprint function library, like a function in there, so you can access it anywhere in the menu, anywhere in the engine, and then you can, any of your menus that you create, you can put that in there, right? So you just basically put a function in, and then you're almost done. The difference between that is I would make this an array. So I would say, how did I do that? How did I do that? Did I make array? Make... No, I didn't. I made this a... somehow I made this a array. I'm trying to remember how I did that. I don't remember how I did that now. Or did I just plug this straight in, and then I pulled out of there, and then query mapped keys to action. Now, I swear to God, I had input action object reference. Oh, maybe I dragged out of here. I swear there was make array. Make array? Then how did I get that? Then did I get a copy? And then... How did I don't remember how I did that. But anyways, yeah, now you can add a pin and you can select multiples. I'd have to look that up. Actually, maybe it's in here. Blueprint logic, blueprint library, on key down. Oh, yeah, look at this. Here it is. Get QE. Okay, so I got a for each. That's what it was. So, for each, plug the array in, and then when you're in your... Yeah, here it is. You pull out of your array on the odd key down override, and then you make array, and then you can select all the keys that you want to override your menu to close it, to do whatever, right? Well, in this case, it'll be closing. Okay, so if you guys want to screenshot that or whatever right now, and you can do that, really handy. Okay, anyways, back to this. Keys mapped to action, it'll be open menu, okay? And then we're going to check if this equals this key. Get in there. If it does equal that key, we are going to go to this branch, and then we are going to, we'll drag out a return value and type handled, because this tells Unreal Engine that this has been handled, and we can not worry about it anymore. Okay, let's go to the event graph for display inventory, and let's get a custom event. Close menu. Because you can do a couple of things in here that closes the menu, so we can just create an event for that. First things first, what did I have on close menu? I had, obviously we got to get our player controller, and we got to set the game input back to game only. Okay. And then set show mouse cursor to false, and then we need to remove from parent. Okay, remove from parent. Okay, this will get rid of the inventory. And just so you know, every time you run remove from parent, it runs event destruct, I think it's called. Event destruct. Every time you hit remove from parent, it runs event destruct. So theoretically, you could do this. right? You put all this stuff on event destruct, and then on close menu, you just remove from parent, and then it'll do all that stuff, okay? And then every time you add to viewport, it runs the construct. Construct. That was not a word I should have typed on stream, hey? Struct. Yeah, so every time you add to viewport, it runs event construct, okay? So if you have stuff running on event construct, just remember that it's going to run every time you add it back to the viewport, okay? So we don't have anything in regards to that. I mean, you probably could just run, instead of display inventory, you could just add to viewport and then run this. The only problem is we don't get a reference to our inventory, so we have to keep it like it is. Okay, back in the HUD class, make sure everything is all good. Display inventory, blah, blah, blah. It's already an array. Oh, I almost gotcha. Yeah, right. When to use cast according to, yeah. There's a great thing that he put up in, that Mark put up in the Discord, which was 2024's, what do you call it? Best practices in Unreal Engine. There was a talk down there. It's like so valuable. Like, go watch that. It's I think it's an hour, but like literally you'll learn so much in that just 1 hour talk. Okay, so that is our menu. It'll open, it'll close, it'll add it to viewport, blah, blah, blah. Now in our player character, we need to go to the event graph, or sorry, in our player controller, pardon me. Do it all right. IA underscore open menu. So when we open the menu, we are going to, if we get HUD, does that get a reference? I want to try this. Oh, but I would need an interface. We could do that. We can make a HUD interface. Blueprint, say BPI HUD. Okay. Open that up. We'll call it open menu. And that's that's all it is. It's going to be a input. So let's go back to the HUD class and let's go to class settings. Let's implement BPI HUD in the HUD class because we want the event to fire in here. So we'll open that up. Let's just get rid of this for now. Just make sure this works. I'm curious if this works because I wonder if that gets the HUD associated from the game mode. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we'll see if it works. So we'll close this for now. Okay, so we'll get HUD and then we will make sure we compile so I have access to that. We will open menu message. Oh, you know what we need still is the an input for our inventory. Oh no, we don't. Sorry, because we get our player's inventory right here. Okay, let's see if this works, everybody. We'll hit play. We'll hit open. So it opened it. It just looks like garbage. And they've collapsed all the buttons. That looks really bad. So why does that look super bad? Let's just go in here to the item slot, because that's what looks bad. Designer. Overlay. Item button. I see. We center that. Scale box. Okay, there's no item image in here, or there is. Quantity borders. Going to stop simulating. Set input mode game only expects a valid player controller. I've gotten that error before and that doesn't make any sense to me. Access not trying to read real property, get player controller. Yes, so like, does that make sense, everybody? Because it's like, where are we? We're in the HUD class, right? HUD class. So get player controller. It doesn't, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I was expecting a valid player. I've gotten that error before. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can't do this. We did this event destruct. I'm kind of getting flashbacks. I think that's the issue because we remove from parent and then it tries to get the player controller, but it's like it doesn't exist or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think this will fix it. There it is. Hit compile. We'll just see if those errors go away and then we'll fix our things. Okay, errors went away. Great. Okay, so that fixed that. Next, yeah, let's see why these slots look like Garbo. Because we have them set to custom. Custom on screen? Desired on screen, actually, is what we should probably do. Yeah, because this is what's probably happening. I see. We don't want that. We want that. Doesn't make a difference, eh? Scale box. Yep, and then item button. Everything looks fine. Except for this. Overlay, we could do a size box. Wrap with a size box. Size box will be 100 by 100, please. Suck it! Alright, let's see if that works. It did. Okay. Sounds great. We didn't tell it to... the scroll box works, that's good, but we didn't tell it how many wide we want, I think. So compile. Where did we create that in here? Story grid. Rows wide, we'll do like 8. And then we'll do columns high. You know, we'll just match it. Okay. Alright, let's go with this. There. So we only have 12 slots. These have items in them. Because remember, we added them to our inventory, but we didn't set any data in the data assets yet. So if we do that right now, we will have items that show up there. Okay, so we'll go back to data. The data assets, we had a rifle, which is ammo type of large, fire mode. Oh, okay, I put burst, but whatever. Max mag size, we'll do 30. Crosshair image, that doesn't matter right now. Skip that. Weapon weights, base damage, all that doesn't matter at this very moment in time. It was just the item image. Here it is, item image. White. Okay, there's our rifle. Class ref, we don't have any right now. Yeah, all this doesn't matter. Item type, large weapon. Can stack, no. Max stack size 1, perfect. Okay, so that's the rifle. We also did the sidearm. Ammo type small, fire mode single, max mag size, we'll say 12. Stuff that matters. Yeah, none of this matters because we don't have any data actually like setting this. Whoops. Or referencing this yet, but this is, yeah, you want to go through and set all this. Class ref, item type, sidearm, max stack size 1. Okay, so that's done. Melee. Oh yes, okay, so base damage, bone sockets, swing rates, 1. Image. Bolt cutters, max stack size 1, item type, melee, can stack, no. Okay. And the last one we did was the health pack. Okay, amount of health, 50, sure, name, health pack, image. Probably called it medkit. Yep. Medkit. And max stack size, we'll say 10. Item health can stack. Okay, let's try it out now. Yay, except they all looks like shit still, but this is valuable info here. TG would help anyone. So many topics covered. I think the order of operations is what fired off in order. Finishing up your earlier inventory series from a year ago now. This is an updated, better version. Kind of. I'm just, yeah. I use data assets now instead of data tables. That's kind of the biggest change. This is a bit of an upgraded version, and it's also like an abridged version because I'm not going through everything, obviously. Yeah, so we'll fix these images here and then we'll stop the stream for today, but so we made an inventory, we made an inventory screen, then we're going to make a weapon select screen next one and a hotbar, and then if we have time or maybe the following, I'll do the attachments and the weapon skins. These are all things people have requested, by the way. I'm not just making these up or whatever. So I'll do all that and kind of make it like a multi-stream thing, because after this, we don't have too many requests left, to be honest. So if you guys are interested in requesting something, you can head on over there and hit the QR code, or the description below has the link to the Google forum, and you guys can fill out your requests, include as much info as you can, just so we can see what you're looking for. Don't do anything with AI, because I can't do AI, so I can make people walk. Actually, I don't even remember how to do it. I think I tried to do it the other day, and I was like, I don't even remember how to do it, because I only did it once before, so. But yeah, there you guys go. We will finish this up here. So yeah, these look like shit. Let's see here. Health packs. We're gonna open this up. Let's. It's not gonna change at runtime, so we're just gonna cancel it right now. I think what screwed it up is the size box, but that's fine. We can scale box. Scale box. Scale to fit. Scale to fill skills. The correctly uniformed until all set. Yes, that's the one we want. Scale to fill. Yeah, that doesn't look any better. Actually, looks super bad. So that's scale to fill. But why are you not staying inside your parent? Scale box. Image. You do this. Fill. We don't want that though, do we? Maybe let's see what it does. We're back to the same issue we had before. So don't want that. Okay, there. So that's what it's doing, is it? Scale to fill. Scale by safe zone. Scale. Fill. Scale to fit. Scale to fit seems to be fine. Scale to fit. Well, this will screw it up. If it's like this will screw up the bolt cutters. Yeah, see. Otherwise, it looks not too bad. But yeah, so we need to do scale to fit. That's gonna probably fix her issue. We scale to fit, but meh. I thought it's supposed to uniformly do it. And do we have an image set in here? Good, yeah, we do. Oh, image size. Let's do 100 by 100. No, that won't work. No, we'll do 200 by 100, I guess. For the image size, or can we make that even bigger? Bigger it. Yeah, we'll do 100 by 100 because that is the width of all that, and then there's padding as well. Let's just check the scale box, because I'm sure we can scale it to fit stretch direction down only. Try that. We're getting close. We're getting close, because it's scaling it down on the wrong axis. What's happening? So I guess we gotta do both. If I do scale to fill, what happens? I just don't understand why it's not staying in the bounds. So maybe a scale box is not what we need. Maybe we need a size box. Oh, but a scale box is gonna make it look better though. Let's fill the scale box. Oh, that didn't work out. But if we fill the scale box and then scale to fit. God damn it. I want the whole thing, like, I want... How about, in the graph, we actually check match size. Let's see if that makes a difference. It does. Okay, so that does make a huge difference in the designer. Scale. Let's do center now and let's see what happens. The only one that looks jank is the pistol, because it's scaling to fit, but I'm going to do down only. Nope. Why does the pistol look jank? Well, the buttons work anyway, so that's good to know. Why does the pistol look jank? Oh, the members have been saying I haven't been doing enough member content, which I kind of agree, and everything, AAA wants me to do a song and dance. So it might be in the cards. Somebody, or was it Mark? One of the members said I need to do a song and dance. So I guess Azura is gonna have to film that. But anyways, I think it's because I made it a square. Let's do 200. Yeah. Do 200. Go to a scale box. Should work. Maybe. It does. Okay, so that worked actually, but it's changing the width of the image. Okay, so is it an issue with the actual texturing size? You changed the image size for the pistol. Yeah, I changed it for all of them. I think you just have to test all of your items out and make sure they all work. But yeah, that's basically how we do it. I really don't like the green anymore because it's hard to see. So let's stop simulating. Go back to the. Where are you? UI. Slot. Yeah, it is. The border, yeah. So brush color, I hate it. Let's do like yellow. I don't know. Yellow. Well, yellow with like. Oh, yellow is hard to see too. I guess make this black. Something like that. Compile. Done. There you go, everybody. Inventory system. Was it imported as 1-to-1? I tried to, yeah, like I said, I added boxes. This one, maybe I didn't do that. I should have done that. I thought I did that. Anyways, so yeah, I tried to make a border, a long border for even the pistol. Anyways, I thought I did that for some reason, but clearly I didn't do that. So unless I did it in the slice menu. Oh, I did. I made it a bit longer than normal. So that, yeah, that didn't happen. So yeah, that's what you'd have to do. You just have to add a box with nothing on it, and then make sure that the opacity is at 0, and then that makes this like longer, so that when you're actually sizing them, it doesn't look like garbage. So, thank you, GG. First of your streams, good stuff. Sinisters. Yeah, thanks for joining. I was like getting cross-eyed looking at your name there. But yeah, thanks for joining. Hope you joined the Discord. Lots of cool stuff going on in there. So yeah, oh, it's still yellow. Why is it still yellow? Oh, I made it yellow. I'm stupid. But anyways, okay, so that's it for today. Yeah, next week we'll do the weapon select, the hotbar. Then I'll do attachments. And yeah, we can see if we can expand this if you guys want as well. Just kind of like a live series you guys can watch. Yeah, see you next weekend, Moving Musicals. Appreciate you. Yeah, make sure if you guys didn't subscribe, subscribe now. But it looks like we did make the 4,000 subscriber. So that's awesome. Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate you. We'll go questions so I can see that. Yeah, look at that. So we got 4,004 now. So, yeah, I am going to work on the Tarkov series on Monday. And hopefully I can get pretty close to being done the inventory portion of it. And then, like I said, I'll record that, I'll edit that, and then I'll release that to the members as like a module 1, and then I'll release it one video at a time to the rest of YouTube. Then I'll do the crafting system with that as well, and then that'll be done. That'll be way easier because I know how to do that already. The inventory system was a little bit more complicated, but anyways, once again, if you guys want to request a system for future there, you guys can hit that up, do the forum, give me some feedback. Yeah, hopefully you guys learned a lot today. Yeah, check out the shop. I just added a couple of things here. Open up the Discord here. I'll move this over and I'll go back to live here. So where are we? TG Merch Shop. Yeah, I just added these stickers in, and so yeah, you can get those. We can go to the merch shop here. I think I added also some mugs last night. Azura made this one here. This one's nice and cute. So, yeah, you guys can have a look at that if you want, and go back. So we added those 2 mugs. I added one where I'm saying coffee. So there's that one. Yeah, it's a couple stickers, and obviously the tumblers. I can do different designs for those too if you guys want. It's up to you guys. So, okay, so thanks for joining the stream, guys, and hope to see you guys in the Discord and around the channel. See you later.